Chapter 821. Pisces constellation suddenly had a coup and announced that they were joining Temple. When everyone understood what had happened, all of their eyes turned red. Without saying a word, they buried their heads and started to work. Seeing everyone excited, Gui Yuan's heart was moved. She suddenly bowed. "I'll have to trouble everyone." After a short moment of silence, the hall once again exploded. All of the mechanical engineers who were usually cultured and refined were all enraged. All of their faces and necks flushed red, their eyes red. Gui Yuan's heart trembled. She felt that the paper in her hands was burning hot like a piece of metal. She quickly regained her senses and said anxiously, "This subordinate will go now." Gui Yuan did not say anything. Qian Xin then expanded the scale and recruited a few more mechanical engineers, and currently, Qianji Mechanical Workshop had 20 mechanical engineers. Although it was not considered a big workshop in Three Spirit City, it was considered to be famous. Everyone's ears perked up. The higher the grade of the mission, the more contribution points they could earn. Pai Pa smiled and continued to bury her head in her work. Pai Pa, who had been writing, quickly stopped and raised her head. The image of a young man appeared in her mind. Everyone was startled again. Monster was not a high-end mechanical spirit weapon. Ever since Screw had invented Monster, it was not valued in the mechanical army of Ursa Major constellation. But outside it was extremely popular and was a classic example of a flower growing inside the wall. That was not strange. Ursa Major constellation's mechanical army was hailed as the temple of mechanical martial artists, and had no lack of talented mechanical martial artists. Mechanical spirit weapons that were biased towards less talented mechanical martial artists did not have much use. The hall, which was originally as quiet as death, became even more deathly still. The first urgent mission was already strange, and it was the first time a high-grade mission had appeared, adding that it was Master Tang Tian's first mission. Purchasing Monster mechanical spirit weapons, unlimited quantity, time limit 1 week. Three Spirit City was either filled with fanatical mechanical engineers or people who loved to fight, and Pai Pa was the one who started all the internal affairs. But with the increasing workload, she had no choice but to increase the number of subordinates, and Gui Yuan was one of them. Sai Lei and the rest were more interested in researching mechanical techniques. The current market of mechanical spirit weapons was huge, and it was not something that any one of them could swallow up. Three Spirit City only produced high-grade mechanical spirit weapons. The high-end market had high profits and did not require much manpower. As for the middle and low-end markets, they were open to the other workshops in Three Spirit City. Inside the workshop, a young man with skin as dark as charcoal was concentrating on cutting bronze armor pieces. He was Qian Sen's son, Qian Lian. Qian Hua's expression was focused. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, pleasing to the eye. Temple's accumulated strength swept away the lethargy and became even more overbearing. Everyone chatted in groups of 3 to 5, mostly discussing the sudden return of the godlike lad. Their current lives were much better than before. The profession of mechanical engineer had gone from being ignored in the past to being a hot commodity now, and it was all because of this godlike young man. Amongst them, many of them had arrived at Three Spirit City a long time ago and knew how Three Spirit City had grown. It was night, and the gray sky of Three Spirit City was dyed red by the bright red bronze liquid. One by one, the workshops were brightly lit, rumbling throughout the night, sparks flying everywhere. Three Spirit City was as bright as day, the frigid winter was dispelled, and the heat waves surged like summer. Everyone looked at each other. Was this still the stingy Qian son they knew? The highest grade. Pai Pa, who did not even raise her head, spat out the 3 words without hesitation. It was no longer as easy to earn a living in Three Spirit City as before. With the gathering of many mechanical engineers, the competition had become much more intense, and the officials of Three Spirit City had unlocked the principles of the mechanical spirit weapons. immediately triggering a whole new revolution in mechanical techniques. The concept of martial spirits caused endless changes in mechanical techniques and also allowed the mechanical engineers to see a whole new world. The Bronze Hall was in an uproar, and the sound waves exploded out. There was a problem with today's mission, but although the techniques were free, not everyone could obtain them. The officials of Three Spirit City had a strict method of calculating contribution points, and when the contribution points reached a certain value, they would be able to exchange for corresponding techniques. Until Tang Tian returned, the oppressive atmosphere of the night before the storm suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was as though everyone blindly believed that Tang Tian would have a way, conquering the 12 ecliptic palaces and merging them into an unprecedented super constellation. Honorable, martial constellation. Damn it, we need to let those brats see our power. Did someone beat us up? I have no way to help you fight. I can only use my own method to fight alongside you. This situation, after Temple digested the Aquarius constellation, Taurus constellation, and Aries constellation, it became even more obvious. They started to attack, and in the short span of a few months, they had consecutively fought a few big battles, with more wins than losses, allowing the entire Heaven's Road to witness Temple's terror. Using contribution points to exchange for new ideas and techniques, they strengthened themselves, and then using their own matured techniques to support the various workshops, raising their standards and lowering their costs. If you lack bronze, come to my warehouse. Everyone stop wasting time. A third of the 12 ecliptic palaces had fallen into Temple's hands. The continuous coups made the other ecliptic palaces' constellations feel insecure, as though Temple's spies were everywhere. Large-scale purges and internal strife erupted in a few ecliptic palaces' constellations. How can I let you fight alone? Let's go. We'll start now. But to ordinary mechanical martial artists, these simple, cheap, easy to maintain, and outstanding fighting strength mechanical spirit weapons were the best equipment. Other than being ugly, there were no other flaws. The immense pressure enveloped everyone's heart. The hatred between Ursa Major, Constellation, and Temple could not be erased. No problem. Isn't it just monster? You can have as many as you want. All sorts of strange ideas, all sorts of different experiments, all sorts of different types of mechanical spirit weapons sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain. A daring mechanical engineer shouted out, "Miss Longan, what's the grade of the mission this time?" "It's an urgent order." Pai Pa's tone was normal, and Temple, who had completed the merging of the 4 palaces, announced the establishment of the Honorable Martial Constellation. In the history of Three Spirit City, there had never been such a high-grade mission. Everyone's eyes were all attracted to the martial artist who was hanging the mission plate. The current Heaven's Road was filled with the flames of war, and the land was scarlet for 1,000. Li Qiansen stumbled out of the Bronze Hall, his mind filled with the word war. He had his own mechanical workshop, Qian Ji Mechanical Workshop. Qian's son came to Three Spirit City earlier, and at that time the prices of the shops there were not even half of what they were now. Three Spirit City had become the holy land for mechanical engineers, as close to 70% of the mechanical engineers were gathered there, and almost every mechanical engineer would come here to learn. All of the mechanical engineers were quick-witted people, and someone immediately asked, "Is there a war?" In a sense, the mechanical engineers of Three Spirit City and Three Spirit City had a symbiotic relationship. To be able to fight alongside a simple-minded person who never knew fear was actually a good thing. But how could such a mission be of the highest grade? This grand plan had conquered the entire temple, and clan elder and started to take control of temple. Lu Yeji's Saint Blood Army, Shan's White Leaf Army, became the 2 sharpest blades in his hands. The ambitious clan elder and started to make bold and decisive changes to temple. Gue Yuan tried her best to maintain a calm tone, but she also knew what kind of reaction those 3 words would bring. Three Spirits City's Bronze Hall was a classic Southern Cross style. with 12 thick and heavy bronze pillars supporting a 30 m tall dome. With simple and crude patterns, it made the place look extremely beautiful. Pai Pa did not even raise her head as she continued to write. Her face was no longer as pale as before, but had the youthful, rosy glow of a young lady. Her body condition was improving day by day, but along with it came the increasing workload. Put up this order. Pai Pa still did not raise her head. War. Three Spirit Cities' acceptance of monster was already strange enough, but from the looks of it, the demand was huge. Watching the difference in strength between the two parties, as time passed, the gap continued to widen. The unprecedented pressure enveloped everyone's heart. The one who made the decision was the weak Pai Pa. They actually dare to make a move against us. They must be tired of living. Monster. Everyone's faces were filled with unease, anger, and fear. The bronze hall was filled with people. All of their faces were filled with joy, as most of them were mechanical engineers. No one thought that Tang Tian would have any ideas, other than shouting, "Hey, hey! Everyone, let's chop them to death." They reckoned he would not be able to think of any other ideas. It was easy to feel that one had become braver. Master. A young lady stood respectfully with her hands by her side, waiting for Pai Pa's orders. A group of workers walked into the hall, with Gui Yuan at the front, and the clamor immediately became much quieter. The honorable martial constellation with the four palaces as one had an unprecedented energy concentration, which was twice that of the ecliptic palace constellations. Currently, with the birth of a brand new mechanical spirit weapon, it was no longer as sensational as before. The experienced and knowledgeable mechanical engineers were naturally much more picky. What truly attracted them was the new technology that Three Spirit Cities officials regularly released. Haha, whoever gets the order today will be the host. These technologies to Three Spirit City were already not considered the newest technology, but to the freelance mechanical engineers, it was still advanced enough, the highest grade. I heard that the godlike young lad is back. That's great. We have to celebrate tonight. What about the order? One of the mechanical engineers blurted out. The other mechanical engineers immediately came to their senses. With so many monster, other than using it for war, there's no other reason. Although no one knew why the master needed monster, which was not considered a top-grade mechanical spirit weapon. But with such a huge demand, such an urgent demand, it made everyone feel uneasy. Being in charge of the internal affairs of Three Spirit City, she knew and felt far more than the average person. Although in this period of time, Three Spirit City was calm and peaceful, but the undercurrents were surging, the people's hearts were anxious, and everyone was just pretending to be calm. But when they saw him, saw that heartless smiling face and listened to his nonsense, the shadow that shrouded everyone's hearts would disappear without a trace. Dong, 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 someone knocked on the door. He clapped his hands and called for everyone, his tone unprecedentedly serious. Everyone, stop whatever you are doing. From today onwards, focus on producing monster. With this move, he immediately gathered close to 90% of the mechanical workshops in Three Spirit City. Such a terrifying energy concentration meant that the martial artists' training efficiency was many times that of the ecliptic palace constellations. As long as they were given time, they would produce countless of gold-ranked martial artists and saints, and the honorable martial constellation would grow to a terrifying state. Yes, we have to celebrate. Tonight I will be the host. Qian Sen's face revealed a smile. Qian Lian's talent was much better than his. Qian Ji Mechanical Workshop would definitely flourish in Lian Er's hands. Please come in. When Crazy Tang was gesticulating and describing his experiences, she just quietly listened by the side. Pai Pa knew it was not like that. However, no one would have thought that the Divine Temple, who had put on such an overbearing appearance, would actually play such a brilliant trick. He took a deep breath. The cold winter air caused him to sober up. His face suddenly flushed red like he was drunk. His fists clenched tightly. He suddenly increased his pace and rushed back to his family's workshop. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. It's rare to have a few good days without the godlike young lad around. My heart will always feel uneasy." His son, Qian Lian, had once unintentionally obtained a special alloy formula. It was this alloy formula that earned Qian Ji Mechanical Workshop many envious contribution points. And Qian Ji Mechanical Workshop had used their contribution points to exchange for a few craftsmanship, causing their mechanical spirit weapon standard to increase greatly and their sales to increase. It was all these enticing actions like an invisible net that had caught all the mechanical engineers in Three Spirit City. There were no lack of people with sharp eyes among the mechanical engineers. They naturally saw through Three Spirits City's intentions. But that did not stop them from throwing themselves into it. Everyone was startled. The bronze hall became silent. "Pay the penalty fee." Qian's son felt extremely calm. Temple's momentum was unstoppable. If we were to say a mature craftsmanship meant profits to a mechanical workshop, then, if one's contribution points reached a certain level, they could even listen to a grandmaster's lecture, which was undoubtedly the dream of any mechanical engineer. This subordinate will do it immediately. Gui Yuan's heart immediately trembled. She hesitated for a moment, then asked, "What grade is the order?" Master had just returned, and he immediately released such a mission? Gui Yuan looked around, as though she did not see the doubts on everyone's faces, and said calmly, "This mission was personally released by Master Tang Tian." Gui Yuan was surprised. "Master, there are still 2 more days before the new order." Upon hearing that there would be a mission, all the mechanical engineers in the various workshops ran over. Three Spirit City had always released missions on a fixed day to suddenly inform everyone that there was a mission. It was definitely an urgent mission. Urgent missions meant more contribution points. Bronze spirit nuclei are not worth much. I will pile them at the shop entrance. Whoever finishes using them, take them. That's a good idea. It's settled then. A week's time, no wonder it was an urgent mission. Chapter 8:22. Io, this is a good opportunity to show off. This little girl is really tactful. Everyone was startled. Near the star door that led to the Sin domain, the outline of a city gradually formed. It was the exit of the Sin domain, a place that the strategists fought over, and the bridgehead that connected the Sin domain to the outside world. Initially, Du Exanu and the others thought that it would be good enough if they could pass through the Sin door. They never thought that they would be able to occupy the Sin door. This place must be defended. The sea of energy there is vast and boundless. It is a sea where all kinds of energy of different attributes gather. Let's see if we can get a big one then. The more Tang Tian thought about it, the more excited he became. In addition to starstones, there are also secret treasures. We can take a batch of secret treasures there, absorb the energy there, and then send them back. This kind of power will definitely increase by a few levels. Pai Pa's expression was calm. This was not the first time they had discussed this topic. A battleship that consumed hundreds to thousands of top-grade starstones a day was simply unimaginable. After squinting at the little girl for a long time, Tang Tian felt his chest tighten. Hey, that's all you got? Where was the applause? Where was the praise? Where is the worship? Tang Cho was the first to react. He had been to the Sacred Saint Galaxy before, but he had never thought of using such a method to solve the problem. There was no strategy, no setup. It was completely simple and crude, which really suited the style of the crazy young man. But as time passed, he found it increasingly strenuous. Don't worry. Sai Lei raised her head, a trace of pride on her gorgeous face. I definitely won't let you down. They are researching on how to use energy. Du Exanu pointed to the sky far away from the city. Maybe we can consider forming an alliance. Pai Pa said, Lion King Leong is currently doing that. Tang Tian said proudly, this place doesn't have it, but the sacred region does. Tang Chao's face became gloomy. he was still used to calling the honorable martial constellation as temple. He was overseeing heaven's road, commanding the entire situation, and on the battlefield he was not at a disadvantage, even against the White Leaf Army and the Saint Blood Army. This speed and efficiency shocked Tang Tian and made him secretly speechless. Looking at the energetic Sin Domain people, Tang Tian could not help but sigh in his heart. Previously, he felt that the Sin Domain people lacked courage, and thought that the majority of them did not have any desire to return to the sacred Saint Galaxy, but now he realized that he was wrong. It was hard for him to link the passionate Sin Domain people with the previously cowardly Sin Domain people. Tang Tian coughed lightly. "Where are Duke and the rest?" Only then did Tang Tian notice a group of black dots floating in the air more than 10 miles away from the city. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rolled around them. Suddenly, there were explosions of fire, and suddenly there were strong gales. "Our reputation is not enough. They will not listen to us," Tang Cho said coldly. "Compared to losing the initiative, I would rather fight with Temple now." There were many types of mechanical spirit weapons that were stronger than Monster in Three Spirit City, but she never thought that Tang Tian would actually choose such a mechanical spirit weapon. Now that they heard that he wanted to go deep into the honorable martial continent, they became even more worried. Can Monster take up such a heavy responsibility? Tang Tian did not realize that he was not much older than Du Xanyu, and wanted to think of a better name, but after thinking for a long time he squeezed out a sentence. "This is the desolate continent. Let's call it Desolate City." When Du Xanyu saw Tang Tian, she floated over and bowed. "Master, you're back!" Pai Pa bowed slightly. "It's ready." Desolate continent. "You are too insensible." But he did not take the initiative, and threw the plan to Tang Tian. It was not difficult to take over an ecliptic palace constellation, but it meant that the Ursa Major constellation's external strategy had completely changed, and only one person had the qualifications to make such a decision, and that was Tang Tian, the man who decided the fate of the world. "Then I'll go back first." Tang Tian turned and asked Pai Pa, "Is everything prepared?" Only by winning the battle, turning the impossible into the possible, an unprecedented battle that would attract the attention of the world, was it made for the godlike young lad. "Time is of the essence," Du Xanyu said sternly. "Master, the city has not been named yet. I hope that Master can give it a name." A light flashed past his mind, and Tang Tian muttered to himself, "I think I understand. The honorable martial constellation's energy concentration is high, so our training speed cannot compare to others, right? On the other hand, as long as we can increase everyone's training speed, we will not be left behind, right? To increase our training speed, let me think, energy concentration, inheritance, hard work. We cannot compare to them in energy concentration, but inheritance, hard work, everyone is about the same. Then, what else can we increase our training speed? Energy concentration, I have an idea. That is the first step." Tang Tian thought for a moment. "For the time being, we will not meet any powerful enemies. By the time the honorable martial continent react, it will already be a period of time later. Since the honorable martial continent has everything, it will save us the trouble of transporting them." When the Sin Door was occupied, they suddenly realized that their preparations were not sufficient. As long as they defended the place, the Sin Domain would hold the initiative. He had sufficient confidence in taking over an ecliptic palace constellation. All of the Sin Domain citizens who saw Tang Tian immediately bowed. It was no longer a secret that the Du family had joined Tang Tian's side. In the eyes of the majority, the Sin Domain was led by the Du family, and for the Du family to join Tang Tian's side, it meant that the Sin Domain had joined Tang Tian's side. Although the preparations were rushed, but the Du family's power in the Sin Domain was unparalleled, and the entire Sin Domain was completely mobilized. Countless of resources and materials flowed in like a tide, day and night, endlessly being sent over. When they were in Lupus constellation, due to the insufficient energy concentration, Under Bing's guidance, they built many ancient energy houses. And after that, Sai Lei used the energy houses as a base and further developed the training clothes. Even the Ultra Bear egg that was created later on borrowed some of the characteristics of the energy houses. That's not right. Pai Pa said. She shook her head. Then what's the difference between us and Temple? In the current situation, Temple is the target of everyone. No matter how terrible the ecliptic palace constellations are, they are still our allies. As long as we become like Temple, the alliance will crumble. In terms of rallying power, we are still lacking compared to Temple. He had initially planned to cross the honorable Marshall Continent and return to the Southern Alliance to fight alongside everyone. But when Bing's plan came out, he immediately threw that thought to the back of his head. Compared to this plan, the Southern Alliance's battle paled in comparison. Everyone looked at Tang Tian, their faces filled with anticipation. But the first battle was the most important. He used all of his strength to retract his smile and said seriously, "Monster, you must definitely think of a way to help me prepare more. The more the better." Suddenly, Tang Tian gasped. Upon thinking about that, Tang Tian's mouth opened wide. "That's right, you guys are rather fast." Tang Tian coughed lightly. "The man who decides victory or defeat." Tang Tian tilted his head and asked, "How do we do it?" "We can give it a try," Tang Cho muttered. "But you are currently in the honorable Marshall Continent. How are you going to obtain star rocks?" Everyone looked at each other. In theory, they could not find any mistakes, but was it truly feasible? "We don't have that many star rocks." Tang Cho shook his head. The theory behind the energy room was not complicated. It was to extract the energy from star rocks and increase the concentration of energy in the air. But the higher the concentration of energy, the more star rocks were required. Tang Tian praised himself happily. If he wanted to achieve the concentration of energy of the honorable Marshall constellation with the 4 palaces as one, the amount of star rocks required was something that the Ursa Major constellation could not afford. "Of course we will snatch them," Tang Tian said. "In the honorable Marshall Continent's warehouse, star rocks are piled up like a mountain. We can just casually snatch one and we will be rich. And Bing's plan is to let me directly attack the heart of the honorable Marshall Continent. That way we will win. The decisive strike, will still depend on this godlike young lad." To be able to return to the sacred Saint Galaxy, it was all because of Tang Tian, and everyone did not reject joining Master Tang Tian's subordinates. How can a godlike young lad waste his time on missions that are not difficult and not flashy enough? Tang Tian had already made up his mind to turn the honorable Marshall Continent upside down. So when Tang Tian returned, he was shocked to find that there was an additional stronghold that was half completed. Sigh. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They were unable to imagine such a scene. In Heaven's Road, high-grade star rocks were extremely expensive and few in number. Just by relying on Monster, Sai Lei could not hold it in anymore. "Oh my God, just thinking about it makes me happy. What do? I can't stop." Energy concentration? Tang Tian's eyes lit up. In terms of energy concentration, how can Heaven's Road compare to the sacred Saint Galaxy? All right, it can be considered as doing a good deed. The energy concentration in the sacred Saint Galaxy is extremely high. High-purity star rocks can be seen everywhere. They are of extremely high grade and cheap. The warships over there use top-grade star rocks to move. Bigger warships require at least a few hundred to 1,000 top-grade star rocks in a day. Tang Tian was eager to try. Thinking about the upcoming battle, he felt his blood boiling. "Do Xian," you nodded her head. "All right." Sai Lei and Pai Pa looked at each other and laughed. They were filled with confidence. "Then we will only be pulled further and further away from them." Tang Cho said, "Their energy concentration is much higher than ours. The martial artists' training speed is much faster than ours, and they will become stronger and stronger." Entering deep into the enemy's territory alone, overturning the seas and rivers, such a magnificent feat. was truly challenging the limits. Such a flashy thing. Only the godlike young lad can do it. Look, at the crucial moment, the godlike young lad is still the most trustworthy. Attack and occupy an ecliptic palace constellation. Tang Chao's eyes flickered with light. It was a plan that he had been planning for a long time. To him, only by expanding at the same pace could he stop Temple from expanding. He was not familiar with the arrangements, but in terms of fighting, he was not afraid of anyone. Tang Tian's face was filled with excitement. His eyes lit up. Energy room! We have an energy room! Du Xianyu noticed Tang Tian's gaze and turned. Master, do you have any questions? And following the continuous strengthening of Ursa Major constellation, the energy concentration would quickly increase to the level of an ecliptic palace constellation, and the energy room would gradually lose its use. The Sin domain had been suppressed for too long and had been far away from the sacred Saint Galaxy for too long, although they had returned to the sacred Saint Galaxy. But to them, the sacred Saint Galaxy was a completely foreign place, and it was hard for them to not be confident. We do not have much time left. Once Temple digests Pisces constellation, the gap between the two sides will quickly widen. We need to make a move. The further we go, the more disadvantageous the situation will be for us. Tang Chou was just a pure military general, and his methods outside of the battlefield were lacking. Watching the opponent leisurely completing their arrangements and seeing their own disadvantage getting bigger and bigger, the feeling was extremely terrible. Even Tang Tian felt that Bing's poker face was much more pleasing to the eye. Chapter 8:23. A shout filled with joy immediately caused an uproar. To absorb all the energy in the continent, oh my God, what kind of lunatic would have such a crazy idea, and to actually carry it out? Everyone only has one mission, and that is to use the star treasures in your hands to absorb all the energy in the desolate continent. Not a single drop is left. Of course, just relying on the star treasures in your hands is definitely not enough. But it doesn't matter. I will prepare even more star treasures for everyone. 1 week. We only have 1 week. Everyone is in charge of a region, and there cannot be any blind spots. Move out. Dooku and the rest quickly thought of a way. They changed the summoning method, and first used the power of the physique to activate the law threads, and then used the law threads to form law surfaces and law domains. But I hope that the desolate city can attract the enemy's attention, and the best would be to attract more armies. Tang Tian said honestly. Everyone looked at him in envy. He trained in light laws, and the densest energy in the place was light energy, so it was not strange for him to be the first to gain enlightenment. Spirit objects, priceless spirit objects, releasing enchanting light auras and beautiful undulations. With that, he turned and walked towards the Null Division camp. Du Xianyu followed without hesitation. Seeing Tang Tian's confident look, her heart was filled with curiosity. To turn the desolate continent into the Sin domain. How can such a ridiculous thing happen? This is too crazy. Most importantly, according to Bing's plan, he wanted to destroy the honorable martial continent from the inside, and needed mobility, and could not defend the stronghold. Tang Tian suddenly felt that there was a possibility of defending the desolate city. When Kong pointed to the front, where the valley was faintly discernible, desolate continent's great transformation plan caused Wen Kong and the rest to pee in their pants. If there was such a stronghold behind them, then it would truly be a thorn in their backs. The honorable martial continent would definitely not be able to tolerate it, and would definitely think of ways to destroy it. Tang Tian's mind seemed to have a flash of inspiration, and he anxiously said, "Repeat what you said just now." The star treasure suddenly lit up with a dazzling light aura, and the surrounding energy surged towards the star treasure in his hands. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic energy vortex formed, causing sand and stones to fly out of the valley, and the other members had no choice but to fly out. The desolate continent's energy was sparse, but that was only in comparison to the sacred Saint Galaxy. Its energy concentration was much higher than the constellations in Heaven's Road. But under the crazy absorption of the star treasures, in just the first day, the desolate continent's energy concentration dropped by 20%. In that moment, when Kong seemed to have seen the entire desolate continent covered in dazzling light coins. There's a valley in front. It should meet the requirements. What we lack the most is time. Tang Tian said honestly, we'll be leaving in a week. Heaven's Road and the Southern Alliance are currently facing huge pressure. Which sentence? Du Xianyu was stunned, but she immediately repeated what she had just said. The lower realms Sin domain martial artists used the power of the physique to activate the law threads, and as the law threads were directly connected to their flesh and blood, they received the least influence. And for Sin domain martial artists who had gained enlightenment on law surfaces, their power originated from the projection of their law surfaces, and the law surfaces were not connected to their flesh and blood. Thus the energy produced an intense reaction. Law domain martial artists were the same. Previously, he did not have high hopes for the desolate city, although the energy in the desolate city was sparse. But it was not the Sin domain. The honorable martial continent's martial artists were weakened, but the Sin domain's martial artists were weakened even more. Compared to that, defending the Sin door was much easier. As long as they destroyed the honorable martial stronghold, the Sin door would be no different from the other places in the Sin domain, and honorable martial artists would be courting death if they entered. That also meant that the desolate city could attract a large number of armies. If the desolate city attracted a large number of armies, then wouldn't the honorable martial continent's hinterland be even emptier? Floating in the air, they were either meditating, standing still, dancing with joy, or chanting. All of them were different. He watched on with a blank mind, watching the mountain of star treasures being distributed to the Null Division members, one by one, with each person holding one. When Kang's brain had completely lost the ability to think, he was called to the Null Division to be their guide. Since he had already surrendered, he did not have any heart to resist, so he decided to be their guide. But when he stepped into the Null Division's camp, it was as though he was struck by a technique he was dumbstruck. At his fingertip, a soybean-sized light spot lit up, releasing a gentle orange light aura. He gently waved his finger, and countless of orange light spots sprinkled down. It was a beautiful sight. The light spots were like rain, surging and changing, causing people to be dazzled. Ha! Only a godlike young lad can think of such a genius idea. The first thing they needed to overcome was the interference of energy on their laws of perception. At this point, Duka's guess was wrong. The interference of energy on laws of perception was everywhere, and the higher the realm, the greater the influence. But Duka's understanding of laws far surpassed others, and when he realized the unique phenomenon, he thought about it and understood the crux of it. The pain only lasted for a second, and they were all shocked silly by Tang Tian's plan. Even they did not understand it was obviously not theirs, but why did they feel the pain? Even the usually calm Du Xianyu at that moment was dumbstruck. Everyone's morale was roused. For one person to succeed, it meant that they were on the right path. I found it. There was no one in the valley, not even a blade of grass grew. No one knew how many years it had been since a human appeared. Other than him, the Sin domain army contained more than half of the elites of the Sin domain, and more than half of the top 10 in the list of powerhouses. All of them were geniuses who had gone through countless of cruel trials. When so many elites gathered together and worked together, he was looking forward to the results. Duka's confidence was not without reason. Then we can give up on the desolate city and focus on defending the Sin door. Du Xianyu said calmly, "This is not the Sin domain. We can turn it into the Sin domain." Du Xianyu had a look of suspicion. She did not understand what was wrong with his words. This is not the Sin domain. Everyone were so frightened that they looked like quails that were being strangled. Du Xianyu had obviously thought about this problem and spoke calmly. Defending the desolate city is actually not difficult. We only need a certain amount of time. When Big Brother and the rest find a way to control the energy, the desolate city will be hard to break through. With the advantage of defending the city, we will be able to obtain the endless support of the Sin domain, and we will be able to sleep peacefully. That's crazy. Du Exenyu was startled. She thought that she had heard wrongly and asked, "Turn the desolate continent into the Sin domain?" The third batch, the fourth batch. That's impossible. Du Exenyu shook her head and regained her composure. Du Exenyu roughly understood Tang Tian's meaning. She thought for a moment, then shook her head. That's not realistic. If we do not break through, we will lack the ability to fight against the honorable martial continent. The desolate city is a Sin domain type stronghold, although it can be of use, but its usefulness will be greatly reduced. This is not the Sin domain. Go there. Liang Qiu did not speak any nonsense, and immediately brought his group and rushed into the valley. But when all of these priceless spirit objects appeared in piles, like small mountains, the impact it brought was unparalleled. He could not think of any profound plans, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was a good idea. How can we make the desolate city impregnable? Du Exenyu was not surprised. As an outstanding general, she knew that the loss of a city was not important, but the victory of the entire situation was the true crux. Once they moved out and left the desolate continent, it would definitely alert the honorable martial continent, and the desolate city would then enter the sights of the honorable martial continent. For a full half an hour, Wen Kong and the rest sunk into a strange silence. When they gradually regained their senses, the mountain of spirit objects had disappeared, and for no reason, they felt a heart-wrenching pain. Tang Tian said happily, "You will know when the time comes." When Du Exenyu said, "This is not the Sin domain," Tang Tian suddenly clapped his hands, his face revealing an uncontrollable joy. "That's right, this is not the Sin domain." He wasn't the only one. His former teammates who had come with him had the same reaction. And all of these talented elites started to think about how to use laws to control energy. It was a vast project. The types of laws were as vast as the ocean, and the attributes of energy were as complicated as the stars. If we were to say that laws were a key, then they needed to find the corresponding lock. The concentration of energy in the desolate continent was dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. Scratching his chin, Tang Tian racked his brains with a thieving look in his eyes. Ka ka ka! It was as though he could hear the countless of rusty gears in his head releasing a teeth-aching sound, the rust falling like snow. But after a long period of hard work, the heavens did not disappoint those who persevered. He thought of a brilliant idea. Hand the problem to the smart people. When Kong looked at the energy vortex that resembled a storm and became absent-minded. Where did this group of people come from? Tang Tian's words shocked him to death. That's right. Tang Tian was extremely pleased with his brilliant idea. The truth proved that his judgment was correct, and they quickly had a breakthrough. He turned and asked Du Exenyu, "How do you think we can defend the desolate city?" But seeing the Sin domain armies break through, Tang Tian started to consider the possibility. But what made them even crazier was that the second batch of star treasures had arrived. The Null Division were like beans that were scattered. Carrying the star treasures, they ran towards every corner of the desolate continent. One after another, energy vortexes appeared endlessly in the vast, desolate continent. The thin energy in the desolate continent caused the interference to be less intense, greatly reducing the time they had to explore. Tang Tian looked at the energy undulations released by the light dots in the distance and could not help but scratch his chin. The undulations are not weak, he pondered for a moment, then understood. Using laws to control energy, it will yield twice the results with half the effort, and all of these people have a deep understanding of laws. Upon finding the knack, their fighting capabilities will soar. Tang Tian scratched his chin, his eyes releasing a thieving light. That makes sense. Liang Qiu quickly chose a location and took out a star treasure. It was a Pisces constellation silver star treasure. Two extremely lifelike silver fishes were connected head to tail, as though they were swimming. For the sake of not affecting the construction of the stronghold, They stayed far away from the star door. They were able to use the power of laws at the initial stage, allowing them to float in the air, but to be able to fly as freely as before, they still had a long way to go. In the vast, desolate continent, a group of people flew. Chapter 824. Pai Pa suddenly thought of something and smiled. Don't worry. Soon, the pressure on you will lessen. Intelligence system, keep a close eye on Tang Tian. No matter what method you guys use, we want to know what Tang Tian wants to do. Eldarin said in a solemn voice. Tang Tian was definitely plotting something with such great fanfare. Although they were allies to a certain extent, they were independent of each other. Be it the Lion King or Tang Tian, neither of them were people who would willingly submit to others. Leong had dealt with Tang Tian before, so he was also wary of Tang Tian. Why? Why was she so sad? He didn't remember anything, but why did he still feel so sad? The entire Three-Spirit City was bustling with activity, as countless of materials flowed towards them like water. The bright red furnace fire illuminated the sky, and the incessant sound of steam hammers filled every corner of the city. Yes, the indistinct voice seemed to be near and far in the wind. It was both familiar and strange. Who was that? The Ursa Major constellation wants to expand, to resist the pressure from the Honorable Marshal constellation? Since they're using monsters, how could they leave us out? Brett, don't die. Leader, don't die. Tang Cho suddenly shook his head. No, seal it first and increase the security level. Elder and subconsciously patted the armrest of the chair and said, Tang Tian is a person with deep schemes and the most cunning. He had always planned things out before taking action. He was definitely plotting something. It's highly possible that they've made preparations that we don't know about. They must have planned this for a long time. We must stay alert and be on our guard. Pass down the order. All the recent operations are cancelled. All the armies are to be on high alert. What about the Roar plan? Andre raised his head and looked at his father. The eyes of the entire Heavens Road were all focused on Three-Spirit City. Yes, my lord. According to the reports from Three-Spirit City, Tang Tian suddenly returned the day before yesterday, and on top of the high tower, he raised his arms and shouted, and the entire city could hear him. The manager in charge of intelligence said respectfully, on the second day, Three-Spirit City's Bronze Hall put out the highest grade urgent order to purchase monsters. The time limit is set at 1 week. How many monsters did Tang Tian need? How much could Three-Spirits City produce in a week? No one knew, but it attracted the attention of the entire Heavens Road. Three-Spirits City's production capacity was directly related to Ursa Major constellation's war potential. And with so many monsters in the hands of Ursa Major constellation who had the highest quality mechanical martial artists in Heaven's Road, the power they could unleash was not to be underestimated. Who was Tang Tian thinking of? Xiao En and Lu Yeji acknowledged the order. Pai Pa smiled warmly, looking at the time. Bell should have sent the letter to Scorpio constellation. A week? Xiao En's pupils shrank. Could it be that he's planning something? But when they thought of the spectacular scene, they were all incomparably excited. That's right. If they were to reveal that they could raise the grade of their artifacts, not only would it make their enemies wary, it would also affect the purchase of their artifacts. Tang Cho carefully examined the artifact, his face expressionless. What truly made Tang Cho excited was that he saw Tang Tian's suggestion, the possibility of using the sacred Saint Galaxy to support Ursa Major constellation. Ever since Colin used monsters to great effect, Three-Spirit City had specially built an army that used monsters, with Screw frequently guiding them. Colin had a face of excitement. Master, do you think we will participate in the battle? Pai Pa was also surprised, but she quickly understood Tang Chao's plan. Does General want to give the enemy a surprise? Yes. Everyone acknowledged. Everyone felt that it was safer. Let's take a look first. Leong muttered. Send someone to Three-Spirits City to ask. Why monsters? Us. Is it us? Woo, woo, woo. But this batch of treasures, we will first supply them to the front lines. Paipa laughed. It was as though his heart had been injected with a shot of adrenaline. His gaze was not attracted by the 22 gold star treasures. Gold star treasures were truly good things that could raise their fighting strength. But the entire battle situation was not something that could be changed with just a few gold star treasures. Leo Constellation. The 22 gold star treasures released an enchanting undulation. That was what everyone was curious about. Sigh. The subordinates beside him all sucked in cold air, masters holding back for a big move. The past temple, the current honorable martial constellation, had never lost their vigilance towards Ursa Major Constellation. Any information related to Ursa Major Constellation would be sent to Clan Elder and at the first moment. Lu Yeji and Xiao and had the same attitude towards Tang Tian. Although Lei Ong was powerful, but the Lion King was old, and to the two of them, Temple's biggest enemy in the future was only one, and that was the godlike young lad Tang Tian. Everyone looked at each other. Time was tight, and they had to make a move. Although Ursa Major Constellation produced many star treasures, but they were not many and were completely insufficient to deal with the situation. And once the other constellations knew of the news, they would definitely control the flow of star treasures, and even if they were willing to sell them, the price would be much higher than before. Southern Cross Army, advance. In that moment, the atmosphere in the meeting room became oppressive. Monsters? A look of suspicion flashed past Lion King's eyes. He thought about the mechanical spirit weapon that had left a deep impression on him. After that, monsters became popular, and the military generals of Leo Constellation specially spent a lot of time to research on them. The final conclusion made them understand the type of people that the mechanical spirit weapon was suitable for. Where are you guys? Screw was in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. Relax. Tang Cho said indifferently. To them, Tang Tian was far more dangerous than Leong. The Lion King was shrewd and unyielding, but his actions were not hard to predict. But Tang Tian was a person who was bold and unconstrained. Every action he took was inconceivable. They did not understand him, or felt that he would definitely lose. However, when the dust settled, only then did they realize that Tang Tian was the final victor. Cullen was completely excited. Since you are using monsters, how can we miss out? Heaven's Road that was filled with the flames of war actually had a short period of peace. Every party took the initiative to retreat and raise their guard. Tang Tian, who was hailed as the godlike young lad, had an extremely astonishing record, and that was that as long as he participated in a war, regardless of how the war started, the final victor and the greatest reward would always belong to Tang Tian. Spanner. Where is the spanner? Ever since Tang Tian went missing, Ursa Major Constellation had turned into a defensive stance and rarely attacked. Temple only needed to face the pressure from Leo Constellation, and with much less pressure, they dared to brazenly plan a coup in Pisces Constellation. Now that Tang Tian had suddenly returned, and even placed an order, it immediately caused them to feel the immense pressure. On the training grounds, yes. The chief of intelligence immediately replied. The originally excited military generals immediately became even more excited. They wanted to pounce forward. Why monsters? Lu Yeji did not understand. I have researched on this mechanical spirit weapon before. Its fighting strength is not bad, but 3 Spirit City has better mechanical spirit weapons, and the quality of their mechanical martial artists are also extremely high. Gold star treasures were extremely rare, even in the 12 ecliptic palaces. There were very few of them. All the constellations viewed gold star treasures as the most precious power, and rarely did they leak out. The more stable the constellation, the less they would leak out. Only the unstable constellations that could not protect their own gold star treasures would leak out. Clan Elder and muttered to himself. Beside him, Lu Yeji and Xiao An had congealed expressions. It was obvious that Tang Tian's news was extremely important. Now, it is Ursa Major constellation's only chance. Screw was startled. The words pierced through his mind like lightning. This is the 4th batch of star treasures. Pai Pa's tone was excited. Their grades have risen to different degrees. The majority of the silver star treasures already have signs of gold transformation. Up till now, there are a total of 22 star treasures that have completely completed the gold transformation. 22 gold star treasures. The value that they held was already able to affect the entire war. If they used gold star treasures to refine spirit treasures, it would increase the strength of the Saint unit by a huge margin. Saints were high-level fighting strength, and were already not rare in the battlefield. Monsters. That was the plan that could truly have a profound influence on the entire war. It was the most popular argument, and was seen as the only choice for Ursa Major constellation. If Ursa Major constellation did not expand, then when the honorable Martial constellation with the 4 palaces was completely digested, Ursa Major constellation would lose its last hope. The military generals beside Tang, Cho, all revealed excited expressions. In that moment, Heaven's Road actually had a feeling of danger. Scorpio constellation, huh? Tang Cho thought. A direct and terrifying question was placed in front of Heaven's Road. Who was Tang Tian's blade aimed at? The chief of intelligence perspired in perspiration and anxiously said, "This subordinate is also extremely suspicious. I have sent people to investigate, but there are no relevant reports." The urgent mission that was posted in the Bronze Hall had long caused an uproar, although no one understood the master's intentions. But the astonishing number of monsters would only be used in wars. Speaking of using monsters, in the entire base, their monster unit was the best. Ursa Major constellation's fighting strength was astonishing. But what truly made Elder fearful was the vitality displayed by Ursa Major constellation, which the other constellations did not have. The 12 ecliptic palaces were lethargic, revealing their old age, while Ursa Major constellation was like a young man, full of vigor and had great potential. It was not their first time fighting with Tang Tian. Wait till this matter is cleared up. Lei Ong did not hesitate in such a sensitive period of time. The series of reactions that resulted from the implementation of the Roar plan was hard to predict. Can the front lines hold on? Pai Pa asked with concern. If we want to play, let's play bigger. Tang Chao's eyes revealed a crazed look. When the number of star treasures is enough for the entire army to equip, then we will equip. The military generals were all startled. They did not dare believe their own ears. They were at the front lines, enduring immense pressure, and the current honorable Martial constellation army was becoming more and more difficult to handle. If this batch of star treasures were to equip the front lines, it would greatly alleviate the pressure. This subordinate is useless, and was unable to find out. The chief of intelligence immediately said. This word inexplicably triggered his blank memories, and many blurry images started to flash past. Countless blurry faces, broken mechanical weapons that could be seen everywhere, the smoke that pervaded the air. His body trembled uncontrollably, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. Why? Tang Cho asked. The military generals around him were also attracted. You said that Tang Tian suddenly came back? And then he started to wantonly order monsters? Chapter 8:25. My life is incomplete, and incomplete. My memories are blank. Only this feeling remains. I think it is reminding me of why my life exists. Hearing Tang Tian's explanation, Duca became silent again, his heart filled with unwillingness. After returning to the sacred Saint Galaxy with much difficulty, he thought that he could go all out and compete with the strong martial artists of the honorable martial continent, but who knew that he would be assigned to defend the desolate city. But he knew that Tang Tian's arrangements were logical and could not speak for a long time. Their improvement is already very fast, since they have never interacted with them before. Nietchio said, compared to Zhong Li Bai's fanatical stubbornness, he was much calmer. You and I have never commanded a mechanical army before, and all of those tactics are only on paper. Whether or not they can be used, we will only know after actual battles. Thoughts? Zhong Libai laughed out loud and said, "They are not your obedient subordinates, they are bandits. And this is the law of survival that they are familiar with. In their world, only the strong have the qualifications to survive." The 45th house. Let's go. They could not see the end. Do you not believe in our strength? Sai Lei raised his eyebrows and looked at Tang Tian with disdain. Pai Pa, who was by the side, covered her mouth and chuckled. The mechanical engineers shouted. All of them were excited as they sat on the thick shoulders of the monsters. Have you thought of how to pay the fees? Niet Chiu was surprised. Master, maybe you created all of this unintentionally, but your request is our bugle call. Your will is our glory, and wherever your sword points to is where we will die. He Jiu walked on the streets, his heart trembling with fear. He was extremely careful. He had concealed his identity as an honorable Marshall Continent spy well, and he was not worried about his identity being exposed. But the city that he was once extremely familiar with, had become so foreign. Time to deliver. The mechanical engineers, who were in deep slumber, all jumped up as though they had awoken from a dream. Tang Tian was startled for a moment. This door seems familiar. Isn't this the way to? Suddenly, dang, the melodious sound of a bell sounded out. The entire city could hear it. No. Tang Tian shook his head. Duke almost thought that he had heard wrongly. The others around him also looked at each other. It was like a crazy beast, like a blazing volcano. An indescribable, invisible power surged and burned in every corner of the city. He Jiu felt cold all over. More than 80 newly completed monsters stood quietly in the open space in the courtyard. They were not painted at all. The ugly welds were like scars. The rough edges that had not been smoothed, and the burrs that could be seen everywhere made them look ugly but strong. These mechanical engineers began to move the monsters onto the carriages in a flurry. Their expressions were excited. The veins on their foreheads popped out. Their faces were covered in oil and dust, making them look as sinister and ugly as the monsters. The same scene on this workshop street. This was the 45th time he saw it. He counted along the way. What a joke! If Uncle Bing knows that I brought Screw to the battlefield, he will definitely fight with me. Pai Pa solemnly bowed towards the endless stream of carriages. The sharp eyesight of a spy allowed him to see the entire workshop. It was not that he did not have worries in his heart. The tactics he had designed were directly related to the number of mechanical spirit weapons. The more mechanical spirit weapons there were, the stronger the power they could unleash. And if the number of mechanical spirit weapons were not enough, the power they could unleash would be limited. Unexpectedly, Du Xian suddenly spoke up. Her tone was indifferent, her face calm. Niet Chiu smiled. Although because of the time constraint, we do not have enough information, but it is barely enough. We finally have a chance to turn things around. You better not be lenient. Niet Chiu was worried. Will they think of something? Dooku was speechless. We will always fight by your side. One after another, ugly monsters stood neatly on the carriages. They were as dense as a forest, as though they were soldiers going out to battle. Tang Tian did not know how he arrived at Sai Lei's side. He was in a daze. Screw's words had given him a huge shock. The more attention Desolation City attracted, the more useful it would be for the entire war. The relationship between the two of them had eased up a lot, although they were still competing, but the reality of the situation often forced them to work together. But in terms of tone, the two of them did not give in. Tang Tian opened his mouth, but no words came out. Zhong Libai's face immediately became ugly. He snorted. Without even saying a word, he turned and left. He had not slept or rested for the past few days and had been training hard. But in the ear-piercing cutting sounds, in the flickering light auras, they stood there quietly, not saying a word. An indescribable fear suddenly pervaded out from the depths of He Jiu's heart, causing his entire body to turn cold. Desolation City was like a nail that was nailed to the back of the honorable Marshall continent. Quickly calculate, how much have we done? Are the carriages ready? Load up the carriages. Stop wasting time. Every shop was open, but there were almost no workers, and they were all empty. Tang Tian said honestly, because I feel that only you guys can defend Desolation City. On the base's tall tower, Pai Pa looked down. The surging flow of carriages filled the streets, causing her to feel extremely proud and moved. Because of this, Tang Tian was happy for a few days, knowing that he had some knowledge. Upon returning to Three Spirit City, Tang Tian looked for Tang Chou and Pai Pa to give him some advice. Tang Chou's standard naturally did not need to be mentioned, and Pai Pa's ability to see the big picture was also outstanding. But what Tang Tian did not expect was that his idea was actually praised by the two of them. Three Spirit City. The road was also empty, without a single person on the road. Using war to nurture war. Survival of the fittest. Zhong Li Bai said indifferently. He subconsciously pushed open the door. Tang Tian awoke from his dream and immediately asked, "Hey, how's the preparation for Monster?" Sai Lei brought Tang Tian to a door and said indifferently, "You'll know when you open the door." After thinking about it, Duke's thoughts became clear. The unwillingness in his heart disappeared, and he laughed. "It's fine if the Honorable Marshall Continent doesn't come. But if they do, we will let them have a taste of our power." The Sin Domain generals responded in unison, their morale soaring. The originally empty street was suddenly flooded with countless carriages, as if a flood had entered the city. How many mechanical spirit weapons can Master bring over? The familiar bright light entered his vision. The distant bronze door was still as majestic as before, but he could not hear the shouts and shouts of the past, nor could he see the figures that were constantly running. Not even the dust could be smelled. Duke raised his head in shock and looked at the generals around him. Seeing that everyone had heaved a sigh of relief on their faces, he understood. As expected, I am not as calm as my sister and only know how to be brave. To the generals of the Sin Domain army, the Sacred Saint Galaxy was an extremely unfamiliar place, and the majority of them had a trace of fear. Yes, I know better than them how Monster should fight. Screw did not avoid Tang Tian's gaze. Zhong Li Bai looked at the bustling training grounds. His dense gaze was like a raging flame, but his tone was extremely calm. Have all the scouts been sent out? When the time comes, don't go blind and make me lose face. Master, rest assured, we will definitely do our best to defend the desolate city. He bowed to Tang Tian. I'll leave it to you. Are you all right? Sai Lei looked at Tang Tian with concern. She noticed that Tang Tian was in a daze. He, Ju, was submerged by the flow of carriages. He was at a loss and did not know what to do. It's still not enough. Zhong Li Bai's expression was fierce, like a wolf that wanted to devour its prey. His fierce gaze swept across the entire field. The standard of the mechanical martial artists of Ursa Major Constellation dominated Heaven's Road. The motley crew in front of him, although they had outstanding physiques, but compared to the mechanical martial artists of Ursa Major Constellation, they were far from it. The metal plate in front of the workshop said, Workshop Street 45. To be able to defend the desolate city, with the familiar Sin Domain behind them, and their own family, to everyone, it made them feel even more at ease. Zhong Unit's encampment. Zhong Li Bai had a long beard, his hair was messy, his eyes were sunken in, but his gaze was as sharp as knives as he stared at the Zhong unit who were sparring in front of him. What exactly happened? Zhong Li Bai was clear of his own problem and said, School fees have to be paid. No one can avoid it. It was a carriage specially used to transport goods. It was extremely simple and crude. It did not have a roof and only had fences. You want to follow me to the Sacred Saint Galaxy? Tang Tian looked at Screw in front of him in shock, completely unable to comprehend the situation. 85, no, 87 sets. Zhong Li Bai, who had already decided to walk the path of mechanical spirit weapons, became the crucial point. He passed by a mechanical workshop and the ear-piercing sound of alloy cutting attracted his attention. The door of the workshop was wide open, and when he looked towards the source of the sound, he saw a middle-aged mechanical engineer whose upper body was naked cutting the alloy. Dazzling sparks almost covered the mechanical engineer's face, and the only thing that could be seen was that amidst the sparks, a pair of bloodshot eyes that were extremely focused. Yet Chiu did not mind. It truly makes one look forward to it. Everything is ready. We're just waiting for the mechanical spirit weapons. Why? Chiu stood quietly by his side. After absorbing all the energy in the desolate continent, the Null Division had always been the Zhong unit's sparring partner. The Null Division's future direction of development was warships, and in the honorable Martial Continent, the only way they could replenish their warships was to steal from their enemies. The two of them had perfected Tang Tian's plan, and thought that for the Desolation City to attract the attention of the honorable Martial Continent, they had to create a huge commotion. If he wanted to cause a huge commotion, he would need sufficient strength. And once the honorable Martial Continent reacted, they would definitely send a large army. And without sufficient fighting strength, the Desolation City would not be able to defend. In the shadows in the corner, there were a few sturdy men covered in grease. They were sleeping soundly, obviously extremely tired. Screw looked straight at Tang Tian, his pale, white face extremely calm. Although I do not remember anything, it has been too long, to the point that my memories have been erased and only my feelings remain. Even after such a long time, I am unable to erase my feelings. I think it should be the most important part of my life. Is it time? Damn it. If I had known, I wouldn't have slept. Isn't time pressing? Tang Tian was not embarrassed at all and made a face. The desolate continent that was exhausted of energy was even more beneficial to them. Tang Tian, who had just returned to Three Spirit City, was stopped. If you follow me, what will happen to the Desolation City? They will definitely not be able to defend it. One after another, ugly and sinister-looking bronze monsters, under the light, silently occupied the first corner of every training ground. Chapter 8:26. Everyone's movements froze. What happened next caused him to lose his voice from the cheering that was about to come out of his mouth. Rumble, rumble. Wright had already gained a bit of fame. What is that? The white light in Wright's eyes was a unique martial technique. It has already been dug by someone. But when a few meters tall rocks appeared in front of them, they did not dodge or jump, but rushed forward without dodging. Seeing that, the others all kept quiet. He did not know what it was, but his intuition of danger allowed him to make an accurate judgment. The mining ship flew in the opposite direction with its fastest speed. The others immediately jumped into the cave. Using the shovels in their hands, they effortlessly dug through the rocks. Their coordination was extremely good, and in the blink of an eye they were already 100 m underground. His eyes lit up with a faint white light, and after a moment he spoke out. 30 degrees to the right. Luckily, the profits from mining were good, and if they were to find a rare or vein, a ship of, or could be exchanged for wealth that could last them for a few years. That was why there were so many people who came to take the risk despite the danger. When the Honorable Martial Continent had just unified the various continents of the Western region, the original continent was removed and renamed to District. But who knew that everyone was already used to calling it continent? Even the internal members of the Honorable Martial Continent were the same. The term district was rarely used and could only be occasionally seen in official announcements. The tremors on the ground became stronger and stronger, which meant that the distance between them and the other party was getting closer. Wright stood at the bow of the ship, which flew slowly and steadily. Some of the abandoned mines were overgrown with weeds. Some had turned into ponds, and with the flow of time, they became a part of nature. The gigantic rocks were like rubber balls that were struck by a wooden stick. They were directly sent flying into the sky, drawing out a parabola and smashing heavily a few hundred meters away. Dig down! Wright did not say anything. He stared intently at the mine. the white light in his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. The experienced captain no longer had any hopes of getting lucky. He took out his weapon and bellowed, "Prepare for battle!" Wright's face revealed a look of joy. He never thought that they would be able to dig out the fixed blue crystal. The captain's face became ugly. He was extremely regretful. "I should have changed to a faster mining ship." All of the Glimmer Marshal techniques were extremely complicated, from shallow to deep, from low to high. It was actually a huge system. The Marshal techniques inside were of varying quality. Many of the Marshal techniques focused on ridiculous points, such as saving energy. In the sacred region where energy was abundant, there was no need for complicated changes for such a ridiculous reason in the eyes of everyone. Glimmer Eye was something that could only be bought in Arthur City for 1,000,000 light coins. Wright's glimmering eye was not bought, but given to her by her grandfather. It was said that his grandfather served an elder and was deeply trusted by the elder. When grandfather was alive, his family was extremely prosperous. Later, his grandfather died in an accident, and the family gradually declined. The rock formation shook imperceptibly, and the rock powder fell down. Before he finished speaking, a bronze-colored line appeared on the mountain top in the distance. Another member hugged the air with his arms. Who, as if sucked in by a hurricane, countless rock powder transformed into a black dragon, passing through the man's arms and flying out of the pit. Most mining groups were small in size, with about 10 people. Unless one had special abilities, the requirement for combat strength was quite high. The desolate wilderness was not like the safe and secure city. Fighting and stealing were common occurrences, and if they were to dig up a rare or vein, it would attract covetous eyes and even cause a few mining groups to pretend to be bandits and work together to snatch the goods. Luckily, they were all experienced veterans, and their skills were proficient. In half an hour, all of the blue fixed crystals were meticulously cut out and transported to the mining ship. The other people's faces changed, and they jumped onto the mining ship in a flurry. "Everyone, be careful!" The captain could not help but exhort. His face was filled with joy as he patted Wright. "Old rules. You get 20%. Glimmer Eye was a Glimmer Marshal technique, and was said to be specially researched by a few clan elders of the Honorable Marshal Continent to benefit everyone. Rocks fell like rain, and ugly and sinister monsters suddenly rushed out. Mechanical weapons. The reason why it was called Glimmer Marshal techniques was because they were extremely intricate in their control of energy and were completely different from the martial techniques of the Sacred Saint Galaxy. There were many Glimmer Marshal techniques, and their systems were complex, and the higher-ups were open to the public, but there were not many people learning them. The Bronze Flood was unstoppable, crushing all the obstacles in front of them. This was a huge business. After being in this business for a period of time, who would not have taken a few lives, his teammates scolded and scolded. Their faces were filled with disappointment, but they were not too excited. Shallow veins were always easy to find, and it was not strange for people to be the first to find it. In the vast wilderness, all sorts of large and small mines could be seen everywhere, and some of them had hundreds of years of history. The terrifying Bronze Flood was surging towards them at an astonishing speed. The speed was so fast that it caused people to be tongue-tied. The Honorable Marshal Continent was vast. The eastern and central regions were the most flourishing, while the western region was much more desolate. The Whitefields Continent was situated at the western edge of the Honorable Marshal Continent and was widely known as the Whitefields Continent. But although the western region was not as prosperous as the eastern and central regions, but due to the abundance of minerals, there were many businesses that invested in the mining industry. Wright knew more than the average person. He knew that the Glimmer Marshal technique was not trained by any clan elder, but came from a mysterious place. He had always trained in Glimmer Eye, persevering in training, allowing him to observe the minute flow of energy. But he needed to concentrate and hold his chi, and was unable to use it in battle, making it a useless ability. When Wright checked again and announced that there were no fixed blue crystals missing, cheers sounded out again. The distance between the two parties quickly decreased, and they could see even more clearly. The continuous collisions caused the rocks to explode. The mining boat steadily stopped, everyone jumped down, and a charred black pit appeared in front of them. The other members around him were all panicking. It was only until his first time mining, when he suddenly realized that the energy flow on the surface seemed to have some sort of connection with the veins of, or that he suddenly realized that he had trained in Glimmer Eye and how to use it. Wright's words caused everyone to be roused. Without any instructions, all the strong and healthy members jumped down the pit. A bright white light lit up on their bodies. The leader was a strong and sturdy man who was like a snow bear suddenly crouched down, his palms quietly striking the hard rock stratum. Damn it, we were too late. They finally understood what was the movement just now. Just at that moment, the ground suddenly trembled, as though there were tens of thousands of horses galloping. Wright, who trained in Glimmer Eye, had the sharpest vision. He exclaimed, "It's a mechanical weapon!" What people feared the most was the unknown. Mines and mines could be seen everywhere. They were scattered everywhere, and occasionally mining boats would appear. Unless it was a large-scale ore vein. Only then would there be a large-scale mining camp, but that required an astonishing amount of investment, and only a powerful trading organization could have the capital. What was more common were mining groups. They would drive small-scale mining boats, like hunters, to search for small-scale or veins in the wilderness that were easy to excavate. The rocks that had just landed were once again flooded by the bronze flood. Wright's face was pale white. He had been in the trade for a long time and had seen blood before, but he had never seen such a huge movement before. There were many reasons. Firstly, it was not cheap. Secondly, it was too different from the current martial techniques, although it would sometimes make people's eyes light up, but most of the time it was unable to be integrated into the army, and this greatly limited the future of the cultivator. The trembling became louder and louder, and the other party got closer and closer. It was these problems that greatly hindered the development of glimmer martial techniques. Although Wright was young, she was an expert in searching for ores. Even the experienced leader could not stop praising Wright for this. For them to be able to obtain such a good profit, it was all thanks to Wright. When a long line of blue crystals entered their field of vision, everyone couldn't help but cheer in unison. The White Fields continent was a typical mining continent. The mining boat followed Wright's directions and slowly turned. After flying for about 5 kilometers, Wright suddenly said, "Stop!" The members all took out their tools. Their movements were different from before, and became extremely careful, afraid that they would break the fixed blue crystal. A perfect fixed blue crystal and a fixed blue crystal fragment. The price difference between the two was 20 times, and they had to be careful. Chief fixed blue crystal was a type of expensive crystal, or it could be used to smelt metals, strengthen ships, etc., and could be easily sold. Although the ore vein was not big, but with the most conservative estimation, it could produce over 70 cubic meters of fixed blue crystals. They had never seen such an ugly mechanical weapon before. Its body was thick and swollen, without any sense of beauty. Its production was extremely simple and crude. Without any paint, the ugly centipede-like welds were exposed in the air without any edges or burrs. It looked extremely crude. Everyone's face was flushed clean, their eyes filled with fear. Are they wild beasts? Countless of mechanical weapons, like a tide, poured down from the mountain top. The exposed mountain top, in the blink of an eye, was submerged by the densely packed bronze torrent. The captain's eyes constricted. Gold continent people. The captain's face changed. Such a ship full of fixed blue crystals, if anyone were to see it, it would definitely attract the greed of countless people. He shouted loudly, "Everyone get on the boat! Retreat immediately!" If it was any other mining group, the screeching sound of the ship flying would definitely be terrifying, but compared to the movement in front of them, it was nothing. The extremely concentrated rumbling sounds seemed to be knocking on his heart. He could even see the small rocks on the ground being shaken to the point that they jumped up and were 1/2 meter off the ground. A mining boat slowly flew in the sky above the wilderness. It was a small-scale mining boat, its length not even reaching 30 m. The body of the boat was mottled and old, extremely simple and crude. Most mining boats were like that. Their biggest use was to carry ores and supplies. If they were to meet with danger, they could abandon the boat and escape without hesitation. A 20 m wide hole suddenly appeared on the rock. The edge of the hole looked as though it was cut by a knife. Chapter 8:27. Wright's heart trembled. He silently scolded them for being bandits. But he did not dare stop. Then we can only go to Daylight City. Other than buying warships from the trading organizations, the Daylight Army's warships are also docked there. Zhong Li Bai rode on the monster beast, rumbling as he patrolled the area. What kind of assault is that? It's a pile of dog shit. The robust man's gaze shifted from Wen Kong to Tang Tian. It was obvious that Tang Tian was the master. He was suspicious. Isn't Wen Kong at the Sin Domain stronghold? Why is he accompanying him? Could he be a guest of Wu Xian's army? When Screw finished scolding, Zhong Li Bai raised his head and argued with a lack of confidence. This assault should have been completed well. Screw did not hear the two of them arguing. His gaze was attracted to the spoils of war. Nie Chiu released a light chuckle. Zhong Li Bai looked over and was enlightened. Fixed blue crystal, a local mineral. Who are you people? Although Zhong Li Bai's style was wild, but he came from a traditional academy, and the importance of discipline was an instinct. Furthermore, he was mocked by Nie Chiu the last time, causing Zhong Li Bai's heart to be filled with anger, and the importance he placed on the discipline of the army had reached a point where it made others speechless. Yes, people say that he has a lot of experience in this aspect. Nie Chiu changed the topic. Daylight City is the capital of the White Fields continent and is the largest and most flourishing city with the most population. The Daylight Army that is stationed there is rather strong, and the key point is that they are very alert. I suggest that we wait for Master to return before making further plans. Returning to the camp, Zhong Li Bai was prepared to report to Tang Tian, but upon entering the meeting room, he was immediately scolded. It was not easy for him to maintain his composure at such a time. Wright clenched his teeth and stood up. Everyone had respect for Screw from the bottom of their hearts. Even Zhong Li Bai, who was an arrogant and unruly person, only had respect in his heart. What made him even more convinced was that Screw had immediately displayed to him, a fake monk, what it meant to be a professional. As there were many mining groups all over the wilderness, they were natural scouts. Once there was any movement, it would quickly be reported to the nearest city. This made the Whitefields continent's information extremely sensitive, and Arthur City, which was the closest to them, had most likely received news of them. After all, with such a large group of people advancing with such a terrifying momentum, they would be discovered from far away. This is your level. Unlike the desolate wilderness, Arthur City was quite lively. Mining groups came and went frequently, and they were often unruly, so fighting was a common occurrence. There were also many bandits living in this area, so Arthur City's walls were very tall and there were many sentries. It was his first time encountering a fixed blue crystal, but as the chief mechanical engineer of the Southern Cross Army, who had interacted with countless of materials, he had an extremely sharp intuition towards new materials. Wright was dumbfounded. That will depend on whether you are worth enough to survive. Zhong Li Bai's tone was indifferent. What's the nearest city? However, thinking about Arthur City's location, Tang Tian could somewhat understand. Wright could not help but ask. No one bothered about him. The few mechanical weapons acted as though they did not hear him. They had long seen Zhong Li Bai from the corner of their eyes, and were afraid of any movements that would attract Boss Zhong's attention, that would be seeking death. Zhong Li Bai carried Wright and turned to leave. Wright secretly observed the mechanical weapons, the mechanical weapons in front of him and the Gold Continent's mechanical weapons that he knew of had a huge disparity. In the ancient eastern region, the Gold Continent's mechanical weapons were meticulous and refined. They were of superior quality and would definitely not be made so crudely. Still good. Screw had a look of ridicule. In one assault, 3 people were injured. Oh, the reason was because they were stepped on by their own people. You call that still good? Monster is a waste in your hands. I have never seen such a low-quality mechanical martial artist before. Arthur City was a typical mining city, and the most prosperous industry was related to mining. The smelting and trading of minerals was the city's pillar industry. Zhong Li Bai was completely submissive and obedient. When Screw first came, he did not think much of it, but when he found out that Screw was the inventor of Monster, his attitude immediately took a 180-degree turn. A sinister laugh came out from the other side of the street. A robust man covered in tattoos brought a group of people to block Tang Tian and the rest's path. His gaze was fixated on Wen Kong, filled with rage. A few mechanical weapons stared at them like tigers watching their prey, and if they made any strange movements, they would be attacked. Master has already gone to Red Soil City? Zhong Li Bai's eyes opened wide. On both sides of the street, there were smelting workshops, red furnaces, and boiling molten iron, which made Tang Tian feel extremely familiar. But when his gaze swept across the people around Tang Tian, his heart trembled. When Kang's face turned white, it was like a small-scale three-spirit city. The only difference was that there were no mechanical weapons on the streets. The Honorable Martial Continent and the Gold Continent were in the west and east, and they were at the extreme west edge of the Honorable Martial Continent and were extremely far from the Gold Continent. Wright's respectful yet graceful words surprised Zhong Li Bai. He sized up the frail-looking Wright. Zhong Li Bai's face flushed red. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. He sized up Tang Tian, but could not see through him. Wen Kong, you still have the guts to come to Arthur City. He licked his lips and controlled Monster King to walk towards the mining ship, buying warships. Zhong Li Bai had a look of suspicion. Knowing that Nie Chio's last sentence was to provoke him, Zhong Li Bai snorted without hesitation. It's just a mere bright light city. Raising his head to look at Arthur City, Tang Tian was surprised. Arthur City was gray. The Black City walls looked extremely sturdy, but it looked extremely backward. After being used to the flourishing cities of the Southern Alliance, the Arthur City in front of him looked like an unremarkable small town. Zhong Li Bai knew that Nie Chio was not speaking blindly. We need it. Screw said directly, his eyes lit up. It can strengthen Monster. If they were to head towards Bright Dawn City, it would be impossible for them to not be discovered. Upon entering, Wright was dumbstruck. Such a ferocious assault is actually not up to standard in the eyes of these people? Seeing Zhong Li Bai's ashamed expression, for some reason, Wright felt a chill run down his spine. Yes. Nie Chio remained calm. Master has asked clearly. There are 2 places in the White Fields continent that have warships. One is Bright Light City, and the other is Red Soil City. Bright Light City's warships are mainly in the hands of the local armies. Master said, this problem will be handed to you. Master, head to Red Soil City and see if you can buy a few warships. Screw was enraged and only stopped after scolding for a full 10 minutes. If I were you, I would immediately find a piece of tofu and kill myself. An army that has casualties in an assault will always cause people to worry. Nie Chio said casually. Wright did not beat around the bush. Master, it is Arthur City. But he was not afraid of Wu Xian's army. In terms of backing, Wu Xian was still lacking. Zhong Li Bai was completely stunned by the scolding. Rage surged in his chest. Killing intent pervaded out uncontrollably. But when he saw the person who was scolding him, he immediately quivered and obediently listened. Screw suddenly opened his mouth and interrupted the 2 of them. After entering the city, Tang Tian could clearly feel it. Wright's mind moved quickly and without hesitation. Bright Light City and Red Soil City. Warships can be bought in these two cities, and we usually buy mining ships from these two cities. Being undisciplined was the nature of bandits and roaming bandits, and for them to be obedient, it was harder than ascending to the heavens. However, evil people would be tortured by evil people, and meeting Zhong Libai, who was even more ruthless and ruthless, these people were completely subdued. Wright's hands were tied tightly. The black ropes were made of an unknown material. They were extremely sturdy, and no matter how much strength he used, he was unable to break free. Beside him, the other members were also tied up tightly and sat on the mining ship. After hearing what Tang Tian said about Screw, everyone was extremely shocked. 10,000 years was enough to cause metals to decay, mountains and rivers to disappear, but it was unable to extinguish the obsession of a remnant spirit. Thinking about that, Niet Chiu had a headache. The master's temperament is still too wild. Although he had many bodyguards by his side, and the master's own strength was formidable. But as the Lord, he did not need to take the risk. All of these workshops placed the refined metals and crystals neatly. From time to time, mining ships would descend to the backyard of the workshops and pour the newly excavated ores there. The blue crystals were neatly cut into cubes, sparkling and translucent. He looked down at the captives on the mining ships. I only need one guide, the rest can be buried. Master, your army is so majestic and has such a large number. You need more guides. In the White Fields continent, we are familiar with every mining cave, including every city. Master, please allow us lowly people to do our best for you in exchange for our lives. What is this? Zhong Libai was enraged. Do you want to fight? But there were not many citizens living here, and most of them were related to mining. Zhong Libai licked his lips. I need warships, Brett. Do you have any ideas? It was the first time he had seen such an ugly mechanical weapon. It was not the Daylight Army that worried him the most. What worried him the most was not the Daylight Army, but the mining groups. As long as the White Fields continent met with a large group of bandits, the White Fields continent would call for the mining groups to help fight against the enemy. The mining groups were relatively strong, with rich fighting experience, adding that they were extremely familiar with the place. If there were many of them, it would be enough to pose a threat to them. Wen Kong was extremely tactful. As long as Tang Tian revealed any interest, he would immediately introduce it to him. Tang Tian's group of people looked like they were not to be trifled with, and the people on the road all avoided them. He is a true warrior. Zhong Libai loved Monster King so much that he could not bear to part with it. The monster's fighting style was to his liking. The unstoppable assault, using force to meet force with force, the feeling of contentment was so wonderful that he was addicted to it. Niet Chiu glanced at Wright and coughed lightly. Master has already set off for Red Soil City. Zhong Libai's voice did not contain any emotions, but the killing intent in it caused the hearts of the group to tremble. Niet Chiu, who was naturally cautious, felt that with their current strength, they could definitely fight steadily. Very good. I like intelligent people. I hope that all of you are as intelligent as him. Even Niet Chiu, every time he ran over, he would respectfully sit at the side and listen to him like a student. Zhong Libai scoffed, but we don't have money. The Monster King that he controlled was personally created by Sai Lei, using a large amount of new alloys. Its performance far surpassed ordinary monsters. Its entire body was painted black. It had a thick and short body. It was sturdy and strong. Its scarlet eyes indicated that it was an extremely dangerous super monster. The tactics that he had thought of were criticized by Screw to be useless and changed beyond recognition. The crucial point was that every change was extremely targeted. Wright and the captain looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Initially, they thought that they had met with the Gold Continent's roving bandits. But now they realized that the bandits were not ordinary. How could bandits have such strict discipline? Tang Tian's group first arrived at Arthur City, which was a place that they had to pass to reach Red Soil City. The other captives quietened down, Wright's words made them see a glimmer of hope. Whoosh! The faces of the captives on the ship changed, and a commotion broke out. Chapter 828. The middle-aged man in the attic across the street had already made up his mind to get his hands on this saber. He didn't know where this country bumpkin came from, but he actually had such a precious treasure on him. Leave this battle to me. Auden was a man of few words. Strong physical strength, superb blade techniques. The crimson saber light flashed and disappeared in a flash. Fu Zheng, Ji looked at Tang Tian, who nodded his head. Ji Zhe's eyes turned cold. He lowered his body and slashed upwards with the bewitching blade. Auden, beat the drum and go down. At this moment, someone whispered into Ah Lai's ear. Who is behind Ah Lai, the Western traders? At the thought of the punishment they were about to face, fear took over their hearts. These hoodlums were originally a group of desperados. At this moment, their entire bodies were bursting with light, their eyes red as they madly pounced towards Jizé. 30 meters away from Tang Tian, Auden stopped and said expressionlessly, "Surrender or die." Before he could finish speaking, Jizé's figure disappeared from where he stood. Because he was seriously injured in a battle, Auden had no choice but to retire. The competition under a famous general was extremely fierce and cruel. However, his dazzling resume made him extremely popular. The middle-aged man spent a huge sum of money to personally pay a visit to poach him. A piercingly cold killing intent spread out on the street, and all the onlookers fell silent. The light coins in their hands were obtained from the captives, which amounted to 2 million light coins, with Wu Xian, who was killed by Tang Tian, contributing the most. It wasn't his money anyway, so Tang Tian didn't feel bad at all. There was no need to stir up trouble for the sake of 200,000. The energy in the White Fields continent was much denser than the Desolate continent, and the weakening they received was much more severe. As for how to use the laws to control energy, they had only just touched the threshold. Right now, Jizé was only relying on his outstanding body and skilled saber techniques to fight against these hooligans. Sima Shao revealed a shy and bashful smile like a boy next door. Ah Lai's words stopped abruptly. He was dumbstruck. An extremely thin thread of blood slowly appeared on his neck. A moment later, countless amounts of blood foam gushed out. The burly man fell on his back. His eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't believe that the other party dared to make a move. Wen Kong was shaking like a sieve. The saber switched to the left side and went in sideways. I didn't expect someone to be able to comprehend the laws. Just now, none of them thought that Jizé would really dare to make a move. In addition, Jizé's saber was too fast, so they couldn't react for a moment. This saber, Fu Zhengji laughed. These people in front of him did not have the slightest energy fluctuation. Did these country bumpkins naively think that they could survive in Arthur City with brute force? Ah Lai was killed by them. You want this knife? Jizé looked at the brawny man with a faint smile. Jizé's situation was indeed somewhat difficult. The strength of this group of hoodlums was stronger than he had expected. Moreover, there seemed to be a pattern to their advance and retreat. Thinking back to what Master had said, the sacred Saint Galaxy worshipped the domination of the army. Now that he had seen it, it was indeed a well-deserved reputation. Even the hoodlums knew how to cooperate. Jizé was immediately in danger. A perfect saber light containing a demonic aura slashed at the white saber light. Jizé's tone was cold. His handsome and devilishly handsome face was covered in dark clouds. He was not a good person to begin with. At such a young age, he was already a martial artist on the list of powerhouses in Sin Domain, and with the arrogance in his bones, how could he tolerate being humiliated by a cat or dog? Fu Zhengji reminded, "Don't make the scene too bloody." But very quickly, more and more people noticed the uniqueness of the bewitching blade in Jizé's hand. Regardless of how violent or tyrannical the energy was, the blade was able to easily split it apart. Furthermore, They also noticed that Ji did not have any energy undulations. Ji, who had grasped the enemy's weakness, flashed with a bewitching light aura. The defenses of the shops on both sides of the street automatically activated. But the shop owners did not have any panic on their faces. They were long used to such fights. Blood splattered everywhere. It was a beautiful flower. Everyone roared in unison. The spectators all sucked in cold breaths. None of them had ever seen such an exquisite blade technique. After being in the mining business for so many years, he was extremely familiar with all sorts of metals and materials, and his eyes were sharp and ruthless. But from the moment he saw it, his eyes were fixated on the blade. The middle-aged man did not ask why, but asked, "If you were to lead the protection unit, would you be able to win?" Tang Tian, who was eager to go out, was prepared to fight, but in the end, someone beat him to it. His gaze became even more passionate, and his breathing became hurried. The few of them slowly fell to the ground. All of them had the same injuries. All of them had a line of blood on their throats. In the next moment, he made his decision. His gaze suddenly became gloomy, and he softly ordered the servant beside him. Arthur City at the western border was never a safe and secure place. If one wanted to survive there, one had to be strong enough and would quickly be swallowed whole. All of the people beside the robust man were not weak. 50,000. The robust man sneered. That's the capital, 200,000 with interest, and we will consider this matter settled. The middle-aged man continued to ask, "Who will win?" Fu Zhengji asked, "Oh, then what's the price?" But what did that matter? Who knew? Is Master Ao Deng going to personally take action? Over 10 blade auras and sword auras suddenly shot out, instantly enveloping the entire street, leaving Ji with nowhere to dodge. When Kang's face turned pale white, the thing he was most worried about had happened. Previously, he had taken the opportunity to come out with great difficulty and passed by Arthur City on his way back and gambled. He lost until his eyes turned red and borrowed money. But who knew that he would lose everything? He was afraid and escaped back to the stronghold in the middle of the night. No matter how powerful the other party is, they will not dare to go to the stronghold to collect the debt. The middle-aged man trusted Ao Deng. Suddenly, an orderly group of figures appeared on the other side of the street, with a bald, big-statured man leading them. Unknowingly, a bald, big-statured man had appeared by his side. The bald, big-statured man had fierce eyes, a scar that extended from his left eye down to his brow bone, looking extremely terrifying. He understood killing intent too well. For such a congealed, killing intent, it was unknown how many people this group of people had killed. Ji squinted his eyes and took a step forward. The middle-aged man's gaze finally shifted away from the bewitching blade and looked at the young man in the middle of the group, guessing his background. He is so young but has so many bodyguards. He must be a young master of some family. Kill. Ao Deng, Blade Master. The middle-aged man revealed a satisfied look. The white blade aura was forcefully slashed apart, but Ji's body trembled, and his wrist felt numb. More and more gazes were attracted to the blade. When Kong knew that the group of people killed without blinking and did not dare to hide anything, and said, 50,000 light coins. Ji's state of mind was extremely calm and did not waver because of the situation. Although the power of laws was affected, but the power of the physique was unaffected. The abundant power of the physique allowed him to move like a ghost. Every time he was about to be hit, he would dodge it by a hair's breadth. With a flick of his wrist, the bewitching blade released a crimson circle of light, and the energy bullets that were shooting towards him were like clay oxen entering the sea, disappearing into nothingness. Ji's figure swayed slightly, bringing forth a few afterimages. He immediately deceived the attacks of a few people and borrowed the momentum to rush into the group of people. The robust man did not want to complicate the issue. The most important thing was to get his money back. He was experienced and knew that he could not easily offend people of unknown origins. If the other party had a powerful background, then it would be a huge problem. The other party seemed to have awoken from a dream and roared as he pounced towards Jizai. Ao Deng did not disappoint his trust. Under his meticulous training, the strength of the guard unit was far from any ordinary army. There were a few times when they encountered bandits, but in front of the guard unit, they were like tofu dregs. Fu Zhangji then asked Wen Kong, "How much money do you owe?" Ji Zai's eyes lit up. The blade auras formed from energy truly had a might that could not be underestimated. Countless of white blade auras and sword auras enveloped the entire street like rain. His mouth revealed an indifferent smile, and he suddenly spoke out. "What do you think?" The robust man snorted. "You guys want to stand up for him? That brat owes a huge debt." "We will accept it, 200,000. Fu Zhangji said calmly, "That is a blade with life. Or should I let a lie probe them?" Ji Zai's face changed. He could sense the strength of the other party. The energy undulations of these people were many times stronger than the hoodlums. They were in an orderly formation, well-trained and filled with killing intent. The coordination of the sacred Saint Galaxy was stronger than the Sin Domain, but the intricacy of their martial techniques could not be compared to the Sin Domain. The robust man and the rest felt a burst of cold air assaulting their faces, as though they were being stared at by a venomous snake in the shadows. Ji Zai's temperament was gloomy and cold. The bewitching blade in his hand was crimson red, adding an indescribable bewitching charm. Alai was not afraid at all, his face filled with arrogance. "That's right, this young master has taken a liking to your blade. Be tactful. He definitely gained enlightenment on laws." Alai immediately became fearless. The fear on his face disappeared, and he snorted. "Sorry, but it is no longer that price." "What's the problem?" "Friends." The aura that Ji Zai emitted caused him to be fearful. The bald man was called Ao Deng and was the commander of his bodyguards. When Ao Deng was young, he had once held the position of a commander, and his superior at that time was one of the 5 great generals, Jaya. A bewitching crimson light aura flashed past. Ji Zai kept his blade. His expression was normal, but he was gasping for breath. He had expended a lot of his physical strength and was about to retreat. He had never seen such a stunning weapon before. What material is it made of? What is so mystical about it? Of course, with so many people dead, how can the Western traders let it go? None of them will be able to escape. No one is allowed to snatch it from me. Ji Zai was able to obtain a place on the list of powerhouses at such a young age. It was all because of fighting and killing. He had rich battle experience, and his adaptability was strong. After struggling bitterly under the attacks of the enemies, he gradually grasped the strengths and weaknesses of the sacred Saint Galaxy martial artists. The attacks from the energy aura were truly terrifying, and if one was hit, one would definitely be injured. But in Ji Zai's eyes, although their attacks looked powerful, they were only borrowing the power of energy, and the standard of their martial techniques were rather ordinary. On a building not far away, a middle-aged man stared at the 2 groups of people who were confronting each other. His gaze was fixated on the crimson blade in the bewitching man's hand, and greed flashed past his eyes. That also meant that he was completely relying on brute force to fight against the energy. Behind him, 200 red armored martial artists stood solemnly. 1 million. Lai revealed a pleased look and pointed at Ji Zai. "And this blade!" Chapter 829. The light murmurs were like a gentle breeze. The young man's maroon hair fluttered in the air. "Come out, Magatama." "Why?" Jonathan lowered his head to look at his chest. A slender hand that was as white as jade had pierced through his chest. The snow-white hand was like a work of art, untainted by a speck of dust, without a trace of blood. It seemed to have an indescribable charm, causing him to be unable to shift his gaze. Who would fall out with the Western traders here? Do you still want to walk out of here alive? Magatama's figure floated strangely, Like a specter, no one could even touch the corner of her clothes. But the scariest part was that pair of hands that were untainted by even a speck of dust. It was as delicate and beautiful as porcelain, causing people to worry that it would shatter upon contact, and as long as one was touched by it, one would either die or be injured. He had never heard of such a method before, and suppressed the shock in his heart, he bellowed, "Who are you?" He would let his subordinates probe, and if the enemy was not strong, he would forcefully eat the enemy. And if the enemy was difficult to handle, he would jump out and find a way out, and throw the blame to his subordinates. Sima Shao had not revealed such a smile for a long time. He himself did not remember. "I think you have never heard of me." Jonathan was startled. He almost thought that he had heard wrongly. Kill him? Is his brain not working well? Sima Shao was embarrassed and revealed a bashful smile. Magatama quietly floated beside him, as beautiful as a fairy. The maroon-haired young man's face blossomed into a smile, his voice as warm as the sun. Ao Deng's mind was buzzing, his face was ashen. The boundless fear had engulfed his entire body. "I will definitely die here today. If I die here, at least I will not implicate my family. Kill him." Unknowingly, a graceful figure appeared beside the maroon-haired young man. A cold intent surfaced in Ao Deng's heart, his fists clenched tightly. For the first time, his firm conviction to win wavered. "The group of people in front of me are extremely strange." Upon Magatama's appearance, she stole the color of the entire street, and all the light gathered on her body. For the first time, he felt powerless. Magatama continued to absorb energy, and finally, yesterday, Magatama woke. "What's going on? How can you be so rude to an esteemed guest?" "Nonsense." Magatama, who had unknowingly returned to Sima Zhao's side, was so beautiful that it caused people to choke, as though she had just done something insignificant. The middle-aged man turned around with a face full of smiles. "I was not strict enough with my subordinates and offended everyone. I hope everyone can give me a chance to apologize. I am Jonathan, an elder of the Western traders and the person in charge of the nearby continents. We'll all be Jonathan's friends in the future. If there's anything you need, just let me know." Magatama's figure disappeared again. "Stop!" But when they saw the invincible Magatama in the crowd, everyone was stunned. "How dare you?" Just the female spirit general was enough to kill all of them. If one's backer was not strong enough, they would naturally be eaten alive. If his backer was a little difficult to deal with, he could just push all the blame to his subordinates, and then if his attitude was a little better and he gave them a way out, the other party would usually give him face. The smile on Sima Zhao's face became even wider. "He's a lawless man." Ji Zhe and the rest were completely dumbfounded. All of them were dumbstruck. Sima Shao was extremely friendly and did not have any sense of existence, so no one had any impression of him. No one had ever seen Magatama before, and Magatama had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. When Sima Shao took the initiative to request for battle, everyone had some misgivings. The middle-aged man reacted quickly. He knew that he needed to salvage the situation, and immediately appeared. Sima Shao tilted his head and looked at Jonathan with a smile that was not a smile. He had tried it many times. "I need to stay away from him in the future." The smile on Sima Zhao's face became even more brilliant. Magatama has become even stronger. But the man behind me, what method is that? An ethereal sigh sounded out in everyone's mind without any warning, causing their faces to change. Sima Shao could tell that the other party was fearless, and was not surprised at all. He stared intently at the group of people in front of him. They were definitely not people without a background. The other party did not fear the power of the Western traders. That was too abnormal. Ao Deng was crude but meticulous. In the honorable Marshall continent, there were only a handful of families that were more powerful than the Western traders. Even the 5 great generals who were strong would not be so brazen as to tear apart the Western traders. Ao Deng felt that something was amiss. As though he was under the sun, his surroundings were warm, and it was extremely comfortable. He felt a pain on his neck, and then he saw a headless corpse falling to the ground. He had never heard of anyone's spirit general being so powerful. Sima Xiao revealed a bright smile. Megatama, kill them all. Ao Deng quickly rejected that thought. It was not that the Western traders did not have enemies, but none of them dared to run into the Western traders' territory, and in front of everyone kill a Western traders' clan elder. That would only incite a war, and a war between the Western traders would cause huge destruction to the honorable Martial Continent. No one dared to incite such a war, and the honorable Martial Continent would definitely not allow such a war to happen. Kill him. The extremely beautiful hand disappeared, and blood flowed out, drenching half of his body. What a powerful spirit general! Suddenly, a sigh came out beside his ear, and a cold wind blew at the back of his neck. All of the hairs on Jonathan's body immediately stood. He knew that something was amiss. Before he could react, an intense pain spread through his chest. Everyone acted as though they had seen a poisonous snake, and all of them turned their heads. Ao Deng realized that and calmed down instead. Ao Deng's heart was filled with despair. He knew that he had met the legendary top-grade spirit general. She did not reveal any aura, which meant that her control over herself had reached the point of perfection. If he had not personally witnessed how she killed Jonathan, Ao Deng would definitely not have seen her as a dangerous person. After being swept into the Sin domain, he had lost all of his pride. Authority, martial strength, they had all left him, and he was no longer the Scorpio King that caused people to tremble. He worked hard to adapt to his surroundings, picked up the humble facade, and even worked hard to adapt to the Null Division's training. Blood dyed the long street. Corpses littered the ground. The air was filled with a dense and pungent smell of blood. Other than the beautiful white figure, no one else was left standing. Suddenly, an angry roar came out. A figure descended from the sky. It was the middle-aged man in the loft, his face filled with anger as he scolded Ao Deng. He had witnessed the entire confrontation, and when Ao Deng asked, "Who are you?" he knew that he had kicked an iron board. The wind blew the young lad's maroon hair, and also the young lad's muttering. His pupils suddenly constricted. An unprecedented fear caused Ao Deng to become hysterical. A sigh that seemed to be near, yet far suddenly sounded out beside his ears. Ao Deng quivered, and subconsciously released the killing technique in his hand behind him. The crowd's exclamations and Ao Deng's roar sounded out, but it seemed to be extremely far away. Wrong. The enchanting face that could cause all living beings to go crazy, the alluring body that caused people's blood to boil, and the power that could cause all living beings to submit, all of it had returned to his world. He had once again become the omnipotent Scorpio King that could summon wind and rain. Nothing hit him. It was dead silence. I actually have no recollection of it at all. Jonathan was killed. He was startled awake. His face changed again. He finally regained his senses. The energy in the air had become extremely lively. For some reason, the chestnut-haired young lad in front of him was smiling brightly, but it made him feel extremely dangerous. He forced himself to calm down. He had already given him a way out. If the other party truly did not know what was good for him, he would not be afraid. The Western traders were not some random people. He had the confidence to do so. Ao Deng's eyes were red. He realized that he was unable to lock onto the terrifying specter. Her movements were completely illogical. All of their attacks were unable to hit her at all. Wherever she passed, people would fall. Every single one of them would bleed from their 7 apertures and lose their lives. In a desolate place like the Western region, it was normal for accidents to happen. Who could it be? I'm sorry, I might have gone overboard. A look of relief surfaced on his face. When did she appear? Ao Deng heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, but he pretended to be ignorant and bowed to the middle-aged man. Master! And the color that his life had lost had returned to his world from the moment he stepped into the desolate continent. Jonathan was actually killed in front of him, and his fate had already been decided. If he dared to escape, his family would definitely not be able to escape the fate of being killed. After working under Jonathan for so many years, he knew how powerful the Western traders were and how terrifying they were. They could even influence the Honorable Marshall Continent's decisions. And the reason why they were able to monopolize the Honorable Marshall Continent's mining business was not because of their ability to earn money. Could it be an enemy of the Western traders? Everyone here was experienced in battle, but seeing such a bloody massacre before their eyes, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, their faces turning pale. Her movements were graceful, and her figure was fleeting, as unpredictable as the mist. Ao Deng could not help but ask, "Who exactly are you guys?" Since young, he had understood that worthless people were always the first to die as cannon fodder. She stretched her arms, as though she had just awoken from a deep slumber. It was this extremely languid and flirtatious movement that caused an indescribable undulation to quietly spread out. The surrounding voices became distant, and his consciousness gradually became blurry. Jonathan stared blankly at his mangled chest, until the darkness devoured his consciousness. He did not understand why the other party dared to kill him. Ao Deng was never a person who liked to speak nonsense, especially before a battle, but he did not make a move, and instead asked about the other party's background. That meant that he did not have the confidence to win. Ao Deng, who had never shown any expression since he appeared, finally had a change in expression. He did not sense any undulations. The sigh was extremely faint, as though it came from all directions, but also sounded out from his mind. In the Honorable Marshall Continent's western region, no one dared to be impudent in front of the Western traders. As one of the top traders in the entire Honorable Marshall Continent, the Western traders had countless connections with the Honorable Marshall Continent's officials and had a monopoly on the Honorable Marshall Continent's mining business. Furthermore, the Western region was their territory, and they were not afraid of anyone. 3 minutes. Is it finally over? Chapter 830. An elder of Jonathan's level could be said to be a feudal lord with a high status and authority. For such a heavyweight clan elder to die, the Western traders would definitely not let the matter rest. The rage of the Western traders would affect the entire Arthur City, and he would naturally not be able to escape. It was the same for Qian's son. It was not only him, the other mechanical engineers in the shop were all depressed as well. For some reason, everyone could not help but reminisce about the mission, reminisce about the blood boiling, reminisce about the excitement and unity. What he needed to face the most now was the bandits, no, the butchers. Didn't you go to listen to a lecture? Qian's son frowned, his face darkening. Why did you come back? The Western traders dared to be so fearless, causing Tang Tian to be unhappy. These are 2 newly discovered metals, and are different from any other metals. He felt that he should be even more qualified to be unbridled, to be even more arrogant than him. That was something he could not tolerate. 3 Spirit City. Oh my God! When he glanced at one of the corpses, the familiar face made his hand tremble uncontrollably. It was the guard unit, led by Ao Deng. When Qian's son rushed over, the bronze hall was already packed with people. The bronze hall was as noisy as a market. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement and anticipation. Mechanical engineers had never been mainstream, and their rise in status had only happened in the past few years. Everyone was adapting to the changes. Their statuses had risen and they had more money, but they always felt that they were lacking something. The captain's face changed. Arthur City's security was not considered good, but it was usually a small-scale fight. His gaze swept across the street, his face becoming whiter and whiter. How many people are there? Corpses littered the entire street. The blood that had not congealed flowed slowly, soaking the entire street in blood. I wonder what Master is going to send out. 3 Spirit City actually had a lazy feel to it. The captain clenched his teeth. This lowly one will bring Master there now. This is what we are going to give out. They were like quails that had their necks pinched, their entire bodies trembling, waiting for their fate to judge them. Everyone revealed looks of excitement. This is huge. The commotion of the entire Three Spirits city building mechanical spirit weapons had passed, and everyone would still talk about it enthusiastically. When they gathered together, everyone would discuss and guess which Constellation Master was bringing such a large mechanical army to trample on. "Miss Longan, what is it?" Suddenly, a group of people flew over. They were Arthur City's city guards. But when they saw the bloody scene below, all of their expressions changed greatly. Some of the more timid ones even started to retch. Caution and caution had nothing to do with him. Qian Hua shook her head. He only said that he was thanking everyone for their support. "As long as you accepted the monster quest from last time, you can go to the Bronze Hall to receive it." Plop. Odin. Gui Yuan smiled. "This time, we're giving out 2 special medals." There had never been such a large-scale battle in the history of Arthur City. What made him even more afraid was that all of the corpses had the Western traders' insignia on them. For the Western traders to lose over 200 men, it was definitely a huge matter. "Father," his son, Qianhua, rushed in. "Medal?" The other city guards finally reacted. They anxiously landed on the ground, and with a plop sound, all of them kneeled down and begged for mercy. The blood on the ground flowed freely. The dense blood stench entered their noses, and fear filled every corner of their bodies. According to Miss Sai Lei's research, these 2 metals can greatly improve the properties of alloys, and most importantly, their affinity towards energy far surpasses any known metals. I believe that everyone understands the value of this. Tang Tian and the rest were shocked by the action and almost made a move. The Bronze Hall exploded. "It is not difficult to spare our lives," Tang Tian scoffed. "Where is the Western traders' warehouse? Bring us there. Following Master will definitely not be a loss. Look at the other constellations. If we do not skin you alive, they will definitely not let you go, and even give you things." When Gui Yuan appeared with a group of workers, everyone could not help but shut their mouths. Their eyes all landed on the gigantic and heavy wooden chests behind Gui Yuan. "Oh my God, it's Odin." But in the previous week of forging, everyone had worked day and night, and their physical strength was overdrafted. And after going through such an exciting operation, everyone's eyes had become more picky, and the orders that could make them excited in the past were no longer as spirited as before. Some people revealed looks of disappointment, but there were many who revealed looks of anticipation. The people in front of them were all butchers who killed without blinking, walking to the main platform in the hall. Gui Yuan revealed a smile. She looked around and said, "In the last urgent mission, everyone has given us support, and Master is deeply moved. Other than the rewards for the mission itself, Master will be giving everyone a few special gifts. Everyone will have a share. Please do not worry. As for the amount, it will be calculated according to the contribution points from the previous mission." Jonathan was able to summon the wind and summon the rain in the region, and was greatly related to the protection group that Ao Deng was leading. The protection group were all elites that were carefully selected. All of them were powerful and courageous, and after going through Ao Deng's long period of training, their fighting capabilities were extremely powerful. Blood flowed like a river. When a few of the listless mechanical engineers heard the news, their spirits were roused, and they gathered over. "That's right, Xiaosu, what is it?" To be able to listen to the great mechanical engineer's lectures was an extremely rare opportunity, and he had spent a lot of effort to obtain it. "Is this brat skipping class?" What made Tang Tian's eyes light up was the large amount of star rocks piled up in the corner of the warehouse. The Western traders were rich and overbearing, and the star rocks they used were the highest grade star rocks in Heaven's Road. All of these star rocks were used to resupply the ore transport ships. He was like a rock that dropped from the sky. Upon landing, he immediately prostrated and begged for mercy. "Good man, spare me! Give something to everyone." "What is it?" Qian Sen's eyes lit up. The captain of the city guards became more afraid the more he thought about it, and when he saw Clan Elder Jonathan's corpse, he was completely numb. The captain of the city guards felt as though he had been punched in the chest, and his mind went blank. Wait a minute. Every 3 months, the Western traders would send a fleet to transport the ores away. Of course, Tang Tian himself did not think of himself as a monarch, bear king, or anything like that. What made him feel proud was how cool he was. But if there was a title that suited him better, it would be godlike young lad. The captain of the city guards trembled if he did not agree. He would not be able to keep his life. But if he were to bring the bandits over, the Western traders would definitely find trouble with him in the future, and the Western traders would not care if they were being coerced or not. We were supposed to go to class, but the teacher said that the master wanted to give something to everyone, so he stopped the class. Qian Hua was perspiring profusely from running. He gasped for breath. He had interacted with A.O. Deng many times, although most of them were unpleasant memories, but when he personally saw A.O. Deng's corpse, he could not help but be stunned. A.O. Deng's temper was not good, and there was nothing praiseworthy about him. But his strength was something that no one in the nearby continents could compare to. Everyone became even more curious, but seeing everyone's lazy looks, he did not rush them. In that period of time, everyone was truly exhausted. Everyone understood the value and possibility of 2 completely new metals. This sentence was like a heavy bomb that was thrown into the bronze hull. When the doors of the Western traders' warehouse were pushed open, everyone were stunned by the scene in front of them. The things given by the master are definitely not ordinary. From this point of view, Tang Tian was not considered a qualified ruler. The metal ingots were arranged neatly, and the metal ingots of different colors were piled up into metal mountains of different colors. The height of each pile was no less than 12 meters. The crystal ores were sparkling and translucent, and under the light it was extremely dazzling, to the point that people could not even open their eyes. He did not have any thoughts of resisting. Even A.O. Deng's guards were not a match for them, and they, the city guards, were not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. And when he saw that the butchers who were initially eyeing them like tigers immediately assumed a battle formation, he was immediately scared out of his wits. Everyone's curiosity was piqued. Tang Tian only had one word in his mind: I'm rich. Master is too loyal. The other merchants who were watching from afar had long fled in panic. The streets were empty, and all of the shops were closed. All right, who cares about the future? Some of the more courageous and anxious people could not help but ask. Hearing that, without saying a word, Chen Sen rushed out of the workshop and rushed towards the bronze hall. These 4 words were directly reflected in his mind. Not a single person survived. Other than the gory scene, Tang Tian did not have any objections. Sima Xiao was not his subordinate, but his cooperative partner. But even if it was his subordinate, Tang Tian would rarely order them to do as he wished. He saw that the people below had already noticed them, and their gazes were filled with unkind intent. He was extremely regretful. Why did I rush over the moment I heard the commotion? Everyone exclaimed out. The mechanical engineers who previously revealed looks of disappointment also revealed looks of shock. Mechanical engineers were extremely sensitive to materials, because the properties of the materials would directly affect the mechanical spirit weapon's performance. A.O. Deng had died from an assassination, which was nothing strange, but A.O. Deng and his guards were completely annihilated. Since they had formed an enmity with the Western traders, Tang Tian might as well go all the way and become a bandit. It was only until the mission that everyone was united and something started to change. But at the moment, he could not care about that anymore. No matter how terrifying the rage of the Western traders was, that was a matter for the future. Qian San did not think too much. He was just a mechanical engineer, although he had a small business, but it was not a big deal in Three Spirit City. That's what the big figures need to think about. As for me, I have to expand the workshop. That's right. Chapter 831. If it's light, it's around 10 tons. Sai Lei gave a professional answer. Without saying anything, Tang Tian waved his hand generously, Refine more. Don't be afraid of spending money. We have money now. Only 100 grams. It's nothing. Tang Tian completely relaxed. Then you guys can refine more. Tang Tian, who was extremely tired, his eyelids became heavier and heavier, and after a moment he started snoring. Finding the right method to refine is actually very easy. Sai Lei replied, "That's right, the dead with silver and star iron have been given to everyone. These two materials do not have a lot of Saint crystals, but they can increase the toughness of the alloy. They are useless to mechanical Saint weapons, but they can be used to upgrade the current mechanical spirit weapons." Tang Tian looked as though he was struck by lightning and stammered, 10, 15 grams? The captain of the city guards was trembling. Suppressing the fear in his heart, he replied, "Reporting to master, everything is prepared. There are 122 merchants in the city, offering all sorts of materials. We have gathered 580 tons of materials, and do not dare to hide anything. I hope that master will let the old and young of the city go. The entire city will be grateful to master. 580 tons. Sai Lei revealed a smile that Tang Tian was familiar with, causing Tang Tian to feel that something was amiss. "Did you meet with any difficulties?" Tang Tian asked anxiously. "Maybe a new era is coming." The hottest news in the market was related to new materials. "I heard that you only robbed one business in one city." Sai Lei's eyes lit up. "We definitely cannot let them go. We cannot let a single city go. Do you know how much money that is? As long as we are able to create." Pai Pa added, "Master, please do not just look at the amount of Saint crystals. Although the other materials have low amounts of Saint crystals, but they are able to raise our current fighting standards. The pressure on the front lines is not small. If we can strengthen the mechanical spirit weapons, our fighting strength will be directly raised." Is the leader of the bandits unhappy? Sai Lei's final goal was the mechanical saint weapons, mechanical spirit weapons for saints to use. Pai Pa reported to him softly, "We are mainly releasing the dead with silver and star iron. We can't digest so much material. Miss Sai Lei's main interest is in research. If we take out a portion of the materials and distribute them to everyone, we can strengthen the relationship between us and the mechanical engineers. In the future, Miss Sai Lei's studio would be more focused on research. As for the manufacturing ability, we will gradually delegate it to the various workshops. So to raise their standards and strengthen the relationship between both sides is the main focus of Three Spirit City's internal affairs." Hey, what's wrong? "I still want to sleep. I believe you have a rough understanding of the situation." Sai Lei suddenly took out an instrument and threw it to Tang Tian. "This is an instrument specially used to measure the concentration of Saint crystals in materials. I just did it. Take them and use them. Remember to bring more back." Tang Tian's expression became dull. He had worked so hard and only obtained 15 grams of Saint crystals. It could only be used to make 15 kilograms of super bronze. The corner of Tang Tian's mouth twitched, and he almost fainted. He was the only one who could go back and forth, which also meant that everything had to be transported by him alone. By relying on his own strength, he had emptied Arthur City's Western Trader's warehouse, causing Tang Tian to feel that he was a human moving machine. Even though his body was inhumanly strong, he still collapsed from exhaustion after this trip. He had the Aquarius vase, which could greatly reduce the weight, but the quantity was too huge. Arthur City definitely has a spy. Is everything prepared? Tang Tian asked weakly. How can so many things disappear without anyone knowing? A mechanical saint required 10 tons of super bronze, which meant 10 kg of saint crystals. Pai Pa, who had just rushed over, covered her mouth and chuckled. Tang Tian was in a daze when Sai Lei directly dragged him away. The passion of the Three Spirit City's mechanical engineers was completely ignited. Yes, we definitely did not waste anything, Sai Lei said seriously. No. Sai Lei regained her composure and shook her head. In a daze, he saw the endless warehouses, the endless shelves, the endless mountains of metal ingots. And from time to time, there would be new news circulating in the market about who researched new alloys that were bought by the officials, who used new materials to create a mechanical spirit weapon that was extremely powerful and was bought by someone at a sky-high price. Tang Tian was forced to open his eyes by the demonic voice. His face drooped and his eyelids drooped. Oh, let me sleep again. As long as I finish sleeping, I will give you a new stone egg. No, two. Sleep? You're still sleeping at this time? Sai Lei's excited and sharp voice almost pierced through Tang Tian's eardrums. Breakthrough! We have broken through. We're going to start a new era. Do you understand? A new era. The withered wood, silver, and star metal were the hottest topics in Three Spirit City. The world is too dark. Tang Tian, who was in a daze, nodded his head. I know, a new stone egg. The city guard's regiment commander's heart was trembling. That's right. This is a new era. Sai Lei was completely excited and hysterical. Super Bronze, this is a brand new Super Bronze. As long as we have enough Super Bronze, we can create an unprecedented mechanical spirit weapon. Undefeatable. We can earn so much money that our hands will cramp. Suddenly, he felt that his life was so dark. Pai Pa carefully covered Tang Tian with a blanket and quietly left. She had too many things to handle. Mechanical saint weapon. Tang Tian was completely awake. A crooked-back figure, carrying a small mountain of boxes, walked alone in the darkness, one trip after another, without a single day or night. It's fine if it's expensive, Sai Lei said. Just as Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief, she changed the topic. It's just that it's more taxing. Saint crystals are commonly found in the sacred saint galaxy's materials. With different concentrations, with a bit of effort, we can purify them into extremely pure saint crystals. The amount of saint crystals required is very little, 100 kilograms of bronze. We only need to add 100 grams of saint crystals. All the materials will only be purified to 15 grams. Tang Tian looked as though he had seen a ghost. The city guard's regiment commander looked at the warehouse that was so clean that not even dust remained, and the fear in his heart grew. It was as if the mountain of materials in the warehouse had vanished into thin air overnight. Not even a trace was left behind. Sai Lei completely ignored him and continued to speak excitedly. Our current mechanical spirit weapons have energy pathways similar to meridians. But these energy pathways are extremely crude and simple. They can only make some simple energy circulation, and that is why it is hard for mechanical spirit weapons to gain the favor of saints. Saints and the energy of heaven and earth are already able to directly communicate. If they use mechanical spirit weapons, the mechanical spirit weapons will not only be unable to help the saints, but will instead obstruct the saints. But with this Super Bronze, it will be completely different. Energy can freely flow inside and will not be restricted at all. He finally understood what Sai Lei meant by a new era. If the mechanical saint weapons could truly be realized, then it would definitely be a brand new era. 15 grams. Sai Lei smiled. Tang Tian did not know how he was able to return to Arthur City. Tang Tian already had a bad premonition and asked cautiously, "Is it very expensive?" "Anyways, master, no matter what, do not let go of any materials. I beg of you." The machinist's pursuit of new materials would never stop. It's too hypnotic. 100 kilograms of bronze, 100 grams of saint crystals. Tang Tian looked as though he was sleep-talking. How heavy is a mechanical spirit weapon? Sai Lei took a deep breath. We have always been researching on the mechanical saint weapons, which are mechanical spirit weapons for saints to use. Now that the Super Bronze has appeared, as long as we have enough of it, we can create a true mechanical saint weapon. A mechanical spirit weapon that can be used by saints. This is a brand new era and has never appeared before. When the mechanical engineers wanted to buy it from the market, they realized that no one took it out to sell. Some people tried to buy it from the officials, but were told that the 2 new materials were not for sale and would only be given out as rewards for missions. Hearing that they could earn money, Tang Tian finally sobered up a little. Super bronze? Don't fool me. Just because you added the word super, you can sell the stone eggs? She was extremely excited. We have already researched and created a brand new super bronze. Brand new. It has never appeared before. It is revolutionary. It surpasses any other bronze alloy that we know of. Do you know what this means? Tang Tian laid on the floor, not even wanting to move a finger. Tang Tian was also excited. Have you created it? Not enough super bronze. Sai Lei said. Very quickly, the mechanical engineers who obtained the lesser amount realized that unknowingly they had already used up the two materials. What does it mean? Tang Tian was confused. Tastes better. He called everyone into the warehouse. All of the sacred saint galaxy materials have been purified. Sai Lei said, Super bronze requires a special material, which is saint crystals. Sai Lei said seriously, Oh, that is the name I gave it. Tang Tian struggled subconsciously. Sai Lei took a deep breath, resisting the urge to give him a kick, and explained, The materials that you brought from the sacred saint galaxy, we have specially analyzed them. They all have a similar characteristic. They have a high affinity with energy. Do you know what this means? Pai Pa bowed respectfully. Yo, your efficiency is fast. Tang Tian teased. I just finished moving, and you guys have already finished? Not bad, not bad. Seems like you guys did not slack off. How is it? How many Saint Crystals did you purify? Immediately, the bronze hall was once again filled with people. Any mission that came out would immediately be taken down by someone. Everyone obtained different amounts of dead with silver and star iron. But their enthusiasm towards the new materials was the same. The various workshops all started to research on the two new materials, trying out all sorts of formulas. The two new materials ignited the enthusiasm of the mechanical engineers in Three Spirit City. In the last urgent mission, almost all the mechanical engineers in Three Spirits City participated, so the distribution this time was for everyone. Chapter 832. Let's go! Tang Tian liked Bing's idea, but they themselves had many problems to resolve. For example, Zhong Li Bai's monster army, they needed time to adapt to the mechanical spirit weapons and to form a fighting force. It was not something that could be done in a day. Arthur City is just a small city. The rumors are too exaggerated. If you were to be with him every day, the feeling would not be too intense. But if he were to disappear for a period of time and appear in front of you again, you would definitely be shocked. Uncle, do you want to fight? When Magatama recovered, Sima Zhao's situation immediately changed. Flying, fighting, Magatama took care of everything. The rest of the people were still living in the abyss of suffering. The energy concentration in the White Fields continent was much higher than the Desolate continent, and the interference of energy on laws was extremely strong. The God Armor Army's training was extremely harsh. Tang Tian, who was in the God Armor state, was impartial, without any emotions. He was a true demon instructor. The high intensity and harsh training allowed them to maintain their formation flawlessly even when they had not fully recovered their strength. Is the news wrong? He waved his arms and shouted, Let's end this quickly. The group of bandits were extremely ferocious and cruel. Even the Western traders, a colossal organization, could not escape from their blades. It was rumored that Arthur City's blood flowed like a river. 9 out of 10 rooms were emptied, and the bandits killed for an entire 3 days before stopping. The lucky survivors all used up all of their family's wealth to save their lives. The wealth that Arthur City had accumulated for hundreds of years was wiped out just like that. Arthur City was silent for a moment, then erupted with cheers. Countless people cried tears of joy, hugging their heads and crying. Crane, as the commander-in-chief, Uncle, you are so irresponsible. I have misjudged you. But no matter. The flag that decides victory or defeat will definitely be carried by the godlike young lad. Uncle, can you still do it? I heard that you were oppressed very badly. You have to work hard, Uncle. Don't be beaten into a sieve, you will lose my face. The only thing that made him sad was that the Swift Army and Skull Unit had suffered heavy losses, even though they had contributed to the war. Suddenly someone shouted, "Rely on you? Ha 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 ha, I will just admit defeat. This scene is too beautiful, I do not dare to look." The crazy young lad rushed forward. "Oh my, where is this? Aya, Ling Su, how did I bump into you? Charge together. Aya, why am I lost again? I'm sorry, the war is over, but you're still lost." The young man, who looked like a god of war, let out a roar and punched down. If you knew Odin's background, you wouldn't have underestimated him. He served in the army for many years and was once under Lord Jaya's command. He had no choice but to retire due to injuries, the old man said in a deep voice. The old man declined to comment. The Western traders will not let this matter rest. The Western region is their territory, and now that someone has massacred Arthur City, if they cannot take down the other party, then the Western traders will be in danger. The Western traders will stop at nothing to get rid of the bandits. No matter how strong they are, it is only a matter of time before they are destroyed. Although Tang Tian was anxious, he could only suppress it. The 5 great generals held extremely high positions in the honorable martial continent, and Melissa had previously looked down on Ao Deng, who she had never heard of before, but upon hearing that he was once Master Jaya's subordinate, she could not help but feel respect for him. As for safety with him and Sima Shao, as long as they did not meet a large-scale army, it would not be a problem. He's Master Jaya's subordinate? Melissa was shocked. Yes, that's it. Laws do not exist in isolation here. Find that connection. That's right. That's the energy you need. A sun had fallen to the ground. The sudden blindness caused her heart to be filled with fear. Tang Tian muttered to himself, like a real bandit leader. There was no need to worry about the Southern Alliance. Tang Tian could place all of his energy there. He's just a guard leader. Why do you place so much importance on him? Melissa was surprised. Come on, come on. I'm afraid you're not a spirit general. Everyone stopped what they were doing. A few of the more active individuals could not help but whistle. Robbing can be addictive. After exchanging blows with Uncle Bing for half an hour, they finally stopped. From the looks of it, Crane's situation did not seem to be looking good, but everything else was fine. The young man in the sky raised his fist, which was enveloped by a regiment of bright light. The bright light aura shone on the young man's sculpted face. The cold and unyielding light image contained an indescribable power and beauty. His strong and sturdy body bathed in the snow-white light aura, as though he was clad in a light armor. But the white light came and went quickly, as though in the next second the white light retreated like a tide, and his vision gradually returned to normal. For some reason, although he was angered half to death by Uncle Bing, but Tang Tian's mood was extremely relaxed. The tiredness of the past few days had been swept away. He could not help but clench his fists tightly and shouted to himself, "Hey, godlike young man, do your best." Sima Shao laughed. He found it interesting. "Magatama, let's go." On the other hand, Tang Tian was not worried about the God Armor army. They only needed time. Regardless of how one looked at it, everyone was already working hard. Suddenly, an alarm sounded out in front of them. No wonder. The wind whistled. It was like thunder. Tang Tian was not worried about little Crane. Crane's willpower was strong, and a small setback was not a problem for him. As for Ling Su, who was lost, haha, he could only depend on his luck. Ji Zhe and the rest were not used to it. It was just a mere 200 people. But the power displayed by them caused Melissa and the rest, who had just rushed out of the cabin, to have a change in expression. Tang Tian also laughed. For the sake of reaching Red Soil City faster, they had chosen a straight route, and did not stop at any other cities, and naturally missed the chance to sweep the other cities. Sima Shao looked at Tang Tian, who was patiently guiding everyone, and his eyes flashed. The current Tang Tian was much more mature than before. This fellow's growth had always exceeded everyone's expectations. Sima Shao watched leisurely as Tang Tian guided the rest. His tightly clenched fists suddenly lit up with a dazzling light aura. Tang Tian was in high spirits, and everyone soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Do not be disturbed by the energy. Once you get used to it, you will feel that you are wrong. A beautiful woman couldn't help but mutter to the old man beside her. She was about 17 or 18 years old, had soft golden hair that draped over her shoulders, and wore a white lace princess dress. She was virtuous and quiet, and only her bright eyes revealed a trace of shrewdness and capability. It is obviously Crane. That's true. Melissa nodded her head, but the look of schadenfreude on her face did not diminish. But there is a show to watch, and it will not be so boring. But such powerful bandits, where did they come from? But at the moment, their priority was the worship. The training for the past few days was not in vain, although Ji and the rest had not fully recovered their fighting strength, but they had touched the threshold and had recovered about 30% of their fighting strength. I hope they are fatter. Walking to the deck of the transport ship, the old man's face was slightly pale. A group of black dots were flying towards them at an astonishing speed. Even though Duke had solved the problem of laws and energy in theory. But the theory was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. The environment that they were used to for decades had completely changed. Regardless of whether it was the body or the mind, they needed time to adapt. Melissa was enlightened. The close relationship between the Western traders and General Go Chung Windao was not a secret among the higher-ups. Currently, Master Go Chung Windao was the main attacker of the southern expedition, but his progress was slow, and he was suffering setbacks everywhere, causing many of the higher-ups to be dissatisfied with him. Yes, I wonder what kind of conditions Jonathan offered to actually be able to recruit such a powerful general. The old man sighed. Although Ao Deng was injured, but he is experienced, the guards that he trained up are not large in scale. But their fighting strength is extremely astonishing, and the bandits and roving bandits that were wiped out by them were all infamous. Who knew that they would be completely wiped out? Ao Deng and Jonathan were both killed. This bandit group's fighting strength is truly shocking. Melissa was rejoicing in their misfortune. Who asked the Western traders to be so unbridled? Now they have kicked an iron board. The sharp alarm immediately caused the entire fleet to be in an uproar. The group of people shouted out continuously. Following closely behind Tang Tian, they pounced down like eagles. The old man's face revealed a trace of seriousness. He shook his head. Melissa, do not look down on this group of fierce people. Arthur City is truly not big, but the Western traders' power there is not small. The person in charge of the place should be Jonathan. He is greedy, but extremely crafty. The strength under him is not to be underestimated, especially the leader of the guards called Ao Deng. In military terms, the most difficult period was over. The current Southern Alliance was gradually adapting to war, and the potential of the internal war was constantly being filled up. I'll go take a look. Melissa anxiously rushed out. The old man could no longer sit still. He stood up and walked towards the deck. Without warships, the Null Division was practically barren. That was why Tang Tian did not follow Sai Lei Pai Pa's request to sweep through the various cities, but instead traveled day and night, using his fastest speed to rush towards Red Soil City. The Southern Alliance's situation was better than what he had expected, although they were still in a passive position and Crane was beaten up badly. But in the overall situation, they were slowly regaining their disadvantage. Melissa saw a scene that she would never forget. There's a trading group below. The old man seemed to have thought of something and said indifferently, the Western traders have made many enemies in the past few years, most probably seeing that Master Go Chung Windao's battle situation is not going well. Some of them are becoming restless. Outside of Arthur City, everyone had gathered. The news of Arthur City being ransacked by a group of ferocious bandits spread like wildfire in the White Fields continent. Tang Tian, who was flying quickly, suddenly took a deep breath, and a surging power surged in his body. The light aura was extremely dazzling the moment it blossomed, The entire place turned white, causing Melissa's vision to be enveloped by the white, causing her to be unable to see anything. Use the power of the physique. Did you forget how to activate your law threads? Do you have the face? Who gave you the confidence? Also, who said that I was beaten into a sieve? What nonsense. Chapter 833. The needle of the measuring instrument immediately changed direction. Fu Zhengji and the rest's gazes became unkind. The Sin domain was originally a chaotic place where robbing was a common occurrence, and they had seen many fights to the death. In their eyes, the master's actions were as gentle as water, like an angel. In the Sin domain, if the bandits did not manage to snatch any money, killing people to vent their anger was the lowest standard of professionalism. The old man knew that something bad had happened, and immediately begged, "Masters!" What a joke! Enjoying everyone's worshipping gazes, Tang Tian immediately became pleased and waved his hand. Let's go! Time is precious!" It was as though countless of lightning had descended from the sky, causing Tang Tian and the rest to be stunned in their positions. Melissa looked at her grandfather and said timidly, "Blood, tear gem." What a joke! The amount of Saint crystals contained in one blood tear gem was equivalent to so many materials. Ignoring the fact that it was a waste to use the materials to extract Saint crystals, just the fact that the young lad was moving them around like a dog was something that had to be exchanged. Among the ordinary materials, the concentration of Saint crystals was extremely low, and Tang Tian had moved an entire warehouse of materials and only managed to extract 15 grams of Saint crystals. It was an entire warehouse, and for him to use the Aquarius bottle to move it and still be exhausted, the amount was unimaginable. "I've changed my mind." Tang Tian pointed at Melissa shamelessly. "I will use the blood tear gem to exchange for her." Tang Tian suddenly cut him off and pointed to the pendant on Melissa's neck. "Bring it over." Tang Tian's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and his tone was unkind. The entire fleet was turned upside down by him, but he did not see much money, nor any ores or anything of the sort. Thus he maintained a low profile, although he wanted to befriend the other party. But he knew that experts were temperamental. If he was not careful, it would not be worth it to bring about a fatal disaster. If I want to know the other party's background, I have time to slowly investigate. Melissa was startled. No one had ever revealed such a look of disdain in front of her. Since young, regardless of where she was, regardless of when, everyone in front of her would always be filled with smiles, with a look of care and concern. Melissa was immediately awakened by her grandfather's shout, but for some reason the grievance in her heart surged up, her eyes turned red, and she started to cry. If they were real bandits, would they not kill a single person if they did not rob the money? He was actually despised by someone. The old man heaved a sigh of relief, but he did not show it on his face. "How many do you need?" "Wait, I don't like him." That disgusted expression on his face. He was also shocked by Tang Tian's stunning punch. No, it should be said that he was shocked. He had seen much more than Melissa, and had seen countless of powerful martial artists, but he had never seen anyone who could unleash such a terrifying fist. Melissa blurted out in a rush, "Why are you so poor?" Tang Tian took the pendant. It was a red gemstone that was as red as blood. It was extremely beautiful. Holding it in his hand, Tang Tian felt an indescribable fluctuation. He suddenly thought of something and took out the measuring instrument that Sai Lei had given him. Endless blazing white light swept across the vast wilderness in an instant. Tang Tian was furious. "Master is magnanimous." Melissa did not mean to offend Master. It is just that she has been spoiled since young. "Melissa, why aren't you apologizing to Master?" The old man spoke sternly. She had seen many legendary famed generals, and had seen armies with outstanding military achievements. But she had never seen such a terrifying individual's power. It was extremely crude and direct. It did not have the dazzling and complicated transformations of an army, but it was extremely shocking. When the light aura blossomed, you would forget to breathe and forget to resist. Unknowingly, Melissa's face was flushed red. Since young, she had never suffered such humiliation. Not only was she scolded for being poor, she was despised and was even called ugly. She clenched her fists tightly. The face in front of her was extremely hateful, an unprecedented level of hatred. Ah, crazy young man, go, 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 oh my, where is this? Oh my, Ling Su, why did we bump into you? Let's go. Oh my, why are we lost again? I am sorry, the war is over, but you are still lost. The other party definitely did not see clearly just now. Melissa did not feel any disgust. It was the same for her, even now. She was still immersed in incomparable shock and was unable to extricate herself. What material is this? Tang Tian raised the red gemstone pendant. 100 of them. Tang Tian thought for a moment. Since it was a gemstone, it would definitely not be cheap. To them, Melissa's appearance was absolutely flawless. She might not be the most beautiful woman in the world, but she definitely had the qualifications to be considered as one of the most beautiful women in the world. A total of over 3,000 tons. Melissa was stunned by Tang Tian's words. The godlike young man's mood was not good at all. Facing the earth-shattering fist, the courage of the entire fleet was like snow under the blazing sun, melting away without a trace. Melissa could see respect, worship, and even flattery on the faces of the brave and upright members. In Crazy Tang's world, there were only two types of women, Chia and other women. The word beautiful only belonged to Chia. As for other women, who cared if they were beautiful or not, they were not as beautiful as Chia. Tang Tian's eyes opened wide. The blood tear gemstone was an extremely expensive gemstone. It had an alluring blood-red color and was loved by many women. Thus it was worth a fortune. The old man had never heard of the blood tear gemstone having any other value. Stop right there. Beautiful? Tang Tian looked at Ji Zhe with disdain. You call this beautiful? Ji Zhe, watch your taste, don't throw my face. Boss, a thief will not leave empty-handed. If you don't have money, you can only pay with your body. Ji Zhe snickered. This girl looks rather fresh, so beautiful. The old man and Melissa's expressions became strange. After hesitating for a moment, Melissa asked, Master, are you preparing to go to Red Soil City? Ji Zhe was not a good person. In Sindomain, he was an infamous, A-grade infamous man. The figure that was like a god of war with a cold and unyielding aura occupied every corner of her mind, causing her to lose the ability to think. Between the heaven and earth, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. But when Tang Tian and the rest robbed, the old man quickly calmed down. Melissa was surprised by the collapse of her idol, but the old man was not. Forget about robbing. Even if the other party had weird fetishes, he would feel that it was normal. Geniuses were always different from ordinary people, and this difference would be reflected in all aspects. It was normal to have weird fetishes, but not having them would be abnormal. Hurry up and gather the blood tear gemstones, and find us at Red Soil City to exchange for her. Tang Tian grabbed Melissa and prepared to leave. On average, it was 5 in a billion. He immediately bellowed, Melissa, don't be impudent. What's with your expression? You're so poor and yet you're so proud. You're wasting everyone's time, do you understand? Being like this, you're truly insincere. But when Melissa shouted, stop right there, the old man's scalp went numb. He knew that something was amiss. The old man's face changed. From the start till now, he had not said a word and was secretly observing the group. Ji Zhe and the rest were stunned by Tang Tian's tone. Melissa's tears fell. Ever since she was young, her grandfather had never scolded her like that. But she knew that her grandfather was doing it for her own good, and spoke with a sobbing tone. Master, I'm sorry! They had followed Tang Tian for a long time and understood Tang Tian well. The master's tone was resolute and decisive. He was extremely cocky. Oh no, he was extremely confident, and it came from the bottom of his heart. Melissa awoke from her reverie. Wait a minute, robbing? Ji Zhe squinted his eyes. He looked at Melissa with a cold gaze and pretended to tease. Maybe it's because Master did not touch her. She noticed that the other party's gaze landed on her face, as though he was sizing her up. Melissa puffed out her chest and raised her chin. She was extremely confident in her looks. She had seen countless of young talents, and as long as she smiled, they would be willing to do anything for her. But Red Soil City is not in this direction. Melissa said weakly. It was a large charred pit with a diameter of over 2 kilometers, emitting black smoke. The edges of the pit had traces of high temperature, as though it was made of glass. Descent of the god of war. After not obtaining any benefits, the other party muttered a few words, and then gave up, confirming the old man's judgment. That fist had completely broken his understanding of strength. Such a powerful attack should only appear in an army and not an individual. Melissa did not know that the same feeling as her had appeared in the old man's heart. From the importance the other party placed on it, the secret inside was definitely not ordinary. The feeling of her idol collapsing caused Melissa to be in a daze. She looked at Tang Tian in a daze. His face is still the same, but the godlike light aura has disappeared without a trace. Why does the face in front of me look so hateful? Could it be that there is a woman more beautiful than the one in front of me? Everyone looked at Tang Tian with gazes of worship. Master is truly the master, our idol, our role model. Ji Zhe did not wait for Melissa to speak, and moved the bewitching blade in his hand. Tang Tian immediately regretted it. Damn it, I asked for too low a price. Tang Tian, who was dumbstruck, his face turned green and white. His mind could not help but think of Bing's ridicule. Melissa only felt a gust of wind blowing past, and the pendant on her neck disappeared. No problem. The old man agreed without hesitation. That's right. Tang Tian said, as a matter of fact. After an unknown period of time, the colors in the sky slowly recovered. The sound of the wind slowly entered his ears. Tang Tian was confused. He turned and asked Ji Zhe, I did not touch her. Why is she crying? Saint Crystal concentration, 0. 2%. Melissa's face was pale white. She finally understood how wrong her actions were. Her so-called arrogance was not even worth mentioning in front of absolute power. Her heart was filled with regret. She did not care about her own death, but she had implicated her grandfather. Could it be that the blood tear gem holds some secret that no one knows about? His mind was more on the measuring instrument. What did the other party measure on the blood tear gem? He acutely sensed that it was the crux of the matter. Could it be that Master's old lover is a peerless beauty? Disdain? He replied straightforwardly, because the other party's tone was equally resolute. Although the blood tear gem was expensive, but compared to protecting Melissa's life, it was nothing. After struggling for half a day, he gave up on raising the price. The godlike young lad's spit was a nail. The powerful martial artist in front of me, who looks like a war god, is actually a bandit? Tang Tian truly did not think that Melissa was beautiful. The most beautiful person in the world was Chie. Compared to Chie, all the other women were not beautiful at all. Under the explosive attack, all the sounds were extinguished. All the colors were extinguished, and only the endless blazing light and the fear that seeped into his bones remained. Melissa was filled with confidence. She was waiting for the other party to become absent-minded, waiting for him to be conquered by her beauty. Chapter 834. That is the Western traders. The captain shrugged his shoulders. Anyways, take note of them. There are roughly 200 of them. One of them has an extremely powerful female spirit. She is extremely beautiful, but cold-blooded and emotionless. There is also one who wields a curved blade and has a bewitching aura. But Sydney was not a rash person. He had obtained a lot of information regarding the bandits in Arthur City, and his eyes revealed a rarely seen serious look. In the desolate and fertile land, no one could shake the rule of the Western traders. Melissa had never seen such bandits before. He hesitated for a moment, then said, It is as though their strength was sealed and then slowly awakened. Just at that moment, the bandits who were training suddenly stopped. It was the first time in the past few days that they stopped training. Melissa did not have much resentment towards being forced to head to Red Soil City. As strength was the most important thing, it was the same no matter where they went. Previously, she was young and ignorant and had almost caused a huge disaster, causing her to become much more clear-headed and completely retracted her young mistemper. She had already mentally prepared herself. Even if she had to suffer a bit, it would not matter. Even her grandfather respectfully invited them to rest on the boat. Tang Tian's hearing was extremely powerful, and he could clearly hear the conversation between Melissa and Johnson, but did not stop them, although he wanted to test the strength of the honorable martial army. But thinking about the Null Division waiting for the warships, he dispelled the thought. Contrary to the solemnity of the guards on the deck, the bandits not far away were not solemn at all. On the contrary, they looked very disheveled. Their faces were covered in sweat, their bodies were covered in mud, and their fermented bean curd was dirty. The messy group sometimes made people think that they were a group of refugees. The bandits' movements were comical. They stumbled and bumped, sometimes sinking and sometimes floating, as though they were children who had just learned how to walk. And if a conflict were to occur, they would definitely be implicated, and the most likely outcome would be for the bandits to become angry and kill them. She immediately said softly, "Let us go and negotiate with them, and not let them start a conflict." Noticing the movement, Melissa and Johnson quickly noticed the fleet that appeared in the distance. It was a standard military transport ship, and the size of the fleet indicated that it was an army. Melissa saw that the formation of the bandits had started to change, and Melissa, who was already familiar with the bandits, tensed up. She sensed a trace of danger. Johnson's tone was filled with worship towards Tang Tian. He continued, "As for the laws and their training, this subordinate does not understand. But after observing them for the past few days, their strength has improved extremely quickly. They give this subordinate a strange feeling. Is that how laws are used? How many times have I said it? Have you decided to be stupider than Amory?" His gaze once again landed on the map of the White Fields continent. That unlikable youth was always walking back and forth in the group, constantly roaring like thunder. They could hear him clearly, but the content was hard to understand. The majestic and angry voice still lingered in his ears. Sidney quickly regained his focus and glanced at the soldiers around him. Everyone's morale was good, and he showed a satisfied expression. Long-distance raids had never been an easy task, but the mission was urgent, so the Lord had given them the best transport ship to use, sparing them the pain of running around. That's right, Sidney had restraining fear, but he was not afraid, as the Western traders held great power in the honorable Marshall Continent's western region. This was something that the other aristocratic families could not imagine. The enemy might be stronger than the Western traders, but they had chosen to fight in the White Fields continent, and that was their most fatal mistake. There were about 200 of them, all beautiful female souls, wielding demonic swords. According to the intelligence, the possibility of encountering the bandits here was very small. But out of caution, Sidney still sent a small team to investigate. The Western traders were never stingy with money, and everyone liked to interact with them. For example, in this mission, if they were able to kill the bandits, the Western traders would definitely reward them handsomely. Thinking of this, Sidney could not help but feel a little warm in his heart. A few small black dots were flying in their direction. He suddenly lowered his voice and said, "A few of them are very strong." A strange, deathly silence suddenly descended upon the place. But the group of bandits in front of her, from the moment they met, had been rushing and training for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping to rest. But what shocked her was that not a single one of them had boarded the ship. Hoping for bandits to reason with us is too naive. This subordinate is just making an example. Johnson felt that he was thinking too much and continued, "Strength cannot be sealed, but their improvement is extremely fast, and it is truly inconceivable. This subordinate has noticed that the number of people that they can control to fly has already reached half. And what is even more strange is that once these people grasp the ability to fly, their strength will increase exponentially. The captain who came to investigate was surprised. Why would Macefield Tradings appear here? But his expression relaxed, although Macefield Tradings was not as strong as the Western traders, but it was still a large-scale trading organization with a reputation. Melissa was stunned by her own conclusion. It was not only her. Everyone on the ship were completely stunned. The captain inspected Melissa's documents and finally relaxed. "We are the Ratchet Army and are here to investigate the Arthur City massacre. If you discover any suspicious people, please immediately report to us." Sidney even knew that his own commanding officer had an extraordinary relationship with the Western traders. Even he himself would receive a generous gift from the Western traders every year. Strength can be sealed. Melissa was dumbstruck. It was the first time she had heard of such a thing. His gaze swept past Gizeh. Ever since the bewitching man had gained control to fly, it was as though he had suddenly become enlightened and became extremely dangerous. Occasionally glancing over, it made Johnson's hair stand on end. Arthur City Massacre. When did laws become so rampant? I don't care who they are or where they came from. I just want to see their heads. He definitely gained enlightenment on laws. Johnson muttered. Without gaining enlightenment on laws, it is impossible for him to unleash that fist, and his enlightenment on laws has already reached an extremely profound level. I have never heard of such a powerful martial artist. The armies of the various continents in the Western region had countless connections with the Western traders. The armies would help the Western traders to quell conflicts or send armies to escort the Western traders' transport fleets. It was a common occurrence. Sidney was not stupid to be able to possess such a powerful spirit general. He definitely had a huge background, and it was best for him not to provoke him. But the commanding officer's meaning was clear. Regardless of where the enemy came from, he only had one mission, and that was to kill the enemy. That's right, the word laws appeared the most frequently, to the point that Melissa could not comprehend it. In Melissa's impression, laws was definitely a high-end professional term, and only the peak martial artists would be related to it. The more he understood the bandits, the more he felt that they were unfathomable, and the more reverence he felt in his heart. At the start, he still thought that there was an army that could save them, but very quickly, he dispelled that laughable thought. Just based on what he had seen in the past few days, he knew that no ordinary army could contend against them. As for the elite armies, they were definitely not people that they could invite. The captain thought that the two of them were still immersed in the fear of Arthur City and warned them, "If your trading organization discovers any people with these characteristics, please go to any city and report the news to the city lord." Too slow again, using laws to control energy. Although Jonathan was greedy, but his subordinate, Ao Deng, was a relatively outstanding military general. Sidney knew himself, if not for Ao Deng being injured, he would definitely not be Ao Deng's opponent. But even if Ao Deng's strength was affected, his awareness and experience were still present, and the bodyguards that he had trained were not ordinary soldiers. Johnson welcomed them and shouted, "This is Macefield Trading's young Miss Melissa. Who are you?" "Master, there is a fleet of ships ahead." Melissa was surprised. "I have heard of the tragedy in Arthur City, but I never thought that you would arrive so quickly." Melissa and Johnson almost wanted to turn and run away. She also asked the leader of her guards for advice. Although Johnson's strength was not as strong as the young man, he was still a rare expert. Furthermore, Johnson was experienced and knowledgeable, and was a steady person. Melissa and Johnson looked at each other. The two of them could see the shock and fear in each other's eyes. But they were all killed by a spirit general. Melissa's face revealed a look of shock, but it quickly disappeared. From this point, they seemed to be the most typical type of bandits. They were fierce and cruel, but always revealed an undisciplined aura. A group of lunatics that caused people to fear. Regardless of whether it was raining or windy, the group of bandits persisted in moving forward. At the start, Melissa thought that they would not let go of their ship, but after that, she realized that they seemed to be undergoing some sort of unique training. Sydney understood the severity of the situation. Sydney was also shocked by the ruthlessness of the enemy, but he was even more shocked that they actually dared to provoke the Western traders. How long has it been since such a powerhouse has appeared in the honorable Marshall Continent's Western region? In the vast and desolate Western region, no one dared to go against the will of the Western traders. Melissa stood on the deck and stared at the group of lunatics outside the ship. That's right, in her eyes, they were a group of lunatics. And they are a group of bandits that can't even control their flight properly? The captain of the bodyguards beside her did not conceal the respect in his eyes at all. Her grandfather had specially run over with a serious face and warned her to not anger the group of people. What the guards around her liked to do the most was to watch the bandits train on the deck. The comical earthquake would occasionally cause them to chuckle, but most of the time, the deck always maintained a solemn and quiet atmosphere that caused people to revere. Master is not angry about Arthur City being robbed, but the Western traders being robbed. Clan Elder Jonathan was killed. All of the Western traders' guards in Arthur City were killed, and their warehouse was emptied. When the scouts came to report, Sydney's expression was calm. Send a few people to investigate their origins. Johnson knew that it was not a misperception. He had rich experience in battles, and his intuition towards danger was not something a recruit could compare to. Chapter 835. The old man's face became extremely gloomy. No, they truly want to fight against the Ratchet army. Sima Shao did not forget how Tang Tian stepped onto the throne, how he won battles after battles, and how he won battles after battles. But what made Sima Shao startled was that he actually felt a sense of loss, as though he was regretful that he did not participate in the battles. Plop! Melissa, Johnson, and the rest could not help but think about the shocking fist, the terrifying scene of the sun crashing into the ground, as though it was the end of the world. The weaker guards were all pale, and their legs were trembling. In that moment, it was as though they saw a pair of indifferent eyes that resembled a god, an extremely intense pressure enveloping the entire place. Is there a problem? Sima Shao looked at Tang Tian and said, I have no objections. They had just left the Sin domain, and had never fought with a Sacred Saint Galaxy army before. Thus they were filled with curiosity towards the Sacred Saint Galaxy. Adding that they had a breakthrough in their training, they became even more restless. Furthermore, the group of killers had just ransacked the Western traders' warehouse, and their equipment would most likely be better than the standard armies and would not be so shabby. Are you ready? The captain noticed that Melissa and Johnson's expressions were strange and asked. The captain reluctantly returned to the group, but he did not say anything. Although mace field tradings was not as powerful as the Western traders, but it was not something a small officer like him could climb up to. Only Johnson and a few other strong guards were still bitterly holding on. Other than the famous large-scale mercenary groups, most of the ordinary mercenary groups were extremely shabby. For the sake of a living, they would often have to take on other jobs, like the Western regions, where most of the mercenary groups were miners. Even mace field tradings had to look up to them. In the sky, 200 black figures soared up, like a flock of black eagles soaring. Tang Tian's face did not have the usual playful smile, but was extremely solemn. Rest assured, we will quickly take care of these killers. Melissa reacted quickly. We hired a mercenary group. We did not bring enough guards. I heard that it is not peaceful, so we can only hire temporary people. He looked at Tang Tian's stern expression and the cold light that flashed past his eyes. He was completely different from the usual young lad. They looked to be in a sorry state, and did not look like guards of a merchant group. Arthur City was really your doing? Just as the captain was about to leave with his team, his gaze suddenly swept across the guards surrounding the caravan. Only at such a time will you display the loftiness of the king of Ursa Major constellation. The awakening of the god armor, the descent of the army. That's right. Tang Tian's expression remained the same. He continued, "Go tell them to set up camp and rest." "Johnson, what do you think?" The dense night seemed to be rapidly collapsing towards the demon-like figure in the sky. Melissa did not dare disobey his orders, and could only walk towards the transport ship. When she was about to reach the transport ship, a brazen thought suddenly surfaced in her mind, and she was shocked by her own guess. When the liquid-like light spread from the back of Tang Tian's head to the top of his head, it flowed down from the top of his head and covered Tang Tian's face at a speed visible to the naked eye. The captain was enlightened. Thinking about it, how could Mace Field Tradings and the Western traders not have any business dealings? It was normal for young Miss Melissa and Clan Elder Jonathan to know each other. In the entire process, no one spoke, and the indescribable austere aura pervaded out in the night. The captain suddenly asked, "Who are they?" Ji Zhe was wiping the bewitching blade in his hands, while Fu Zhengji was adjusting the position of his chief green swords. Melissa seemed to have awoken from a dream. That's right. Why am I being so stubborn? The bandits have nothing to do with me. I just need to watch from the sidelines. Ah, Melissa was shocked, but they look like this. A light aura suddenly blossomed from the group of people, as though a sun had risen from the ground and pierced through the darkness. Don't tell me. They want to do something to the Ratchet army. A bone-chilling intent pervaded through her entire body, causing her to be stunned. They're trying to recover their strength, the old man said. His wrinkled face became even more serious, but deep in his eyes there seemed to be a light aura blossoming. "Melissa, no matter what, do not become enemies with them." Melissa replied, "Thank you for your bravery." The dazzling light aura flashed in the night. Suddenly they disappeared again. Suddenly, she and Johnson were attracted by a commotion nearby. A soldier who was trembling from head to toe knelt down. Plop sounds could be heard. Their minds were blank as they prostrated on the ground and trembled. Melissa had persevered for so long, but she had reached her limit and sat on the deck. The light aura on his fists dimmed down, as though it was burning red, but an inconceivable scene occurred. It was like a living thing, and also like molten iron. It extended along Tang Tian's body, and crisscross lines covered his entire body. The captain's suspicions disappeared. In the night, a group of wild beasts lay dormant on the ground, revealing their ferocious gazes. They did not speak, but all of their movements stopped. Their eyes were extremely bright in the night, as though they were stars. But the lingering killing intent made them look like wild beasts that were waiting to pounce. The sudden change between extreme speed and extreme stillness created an intense visual impact, causing everyone to hold their breaths. Night descended. Melissa was dumbstruck. Even Johnson, who was calm from the start, revealed a look of disbelief. The Western Traders was a powerful existence, with countless of powerful martial artists prostrating beneath its feet. It was like a monster with countless vines, firmly occupying the honorable martial continent's western region. Tang Tian looked at the enemy's army and left without stopping. Bang! An extremely oppressive explosion sounded out. The 200 men exerted their strength and stomped on the ground at the same time. Who? The group of people on the ground disappeared. But the bandits, who were sleeping, all woke up. They quickly started to prepare. Although Melissa and Johnson did not understand what they were doing, but they could tell that they were well trained. Melissa quickly calmed down and revealed a sorrowful expression. "Uncle Jonathan actually met with such misfortune. I am very sad. I was preparing to visit Uncle Jonathan, but I never thought that." Western traders, the old man shook his head. They will only become a part of this legend. That is, the 200 men in the sky were like 200 lamps that were being lit up. Melissa's expression was pale white. She felt that she was extremely stupid to not have thought of such a simple thing. Only such powerful bandits can kill Ao Deng and his bodyguards. Jizai and Fu Jingji, who were beside Tang Tian, suddenly lit up with light auras. Following that, the light auras rippled outwards. Jizai and Fu Jingji seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, and spoke at the same time, "Kill them!" Melissa was startled. Why did they suddenly want to set up camp and rest? Tang Tian did not explain, and directly pulled Jizai, Fu Jingji, and Sima Xiao to the side. A figure soared into the sky. It was Tang Tian. Arthur City's massacre had caused many of the local trading organizations to flee. It happened so suddenly, and the trading organizations did not have enough manpower. Out of consideration for safety, they could only hire mercenary groups. It seemed that Macefield Trading's reaction was rather slow and could only find ordinary mercenaries to make up the numbers. The space seemed to be pulled by him, and lines that could not be seen with the naked eye extended outwards. In the next moment, they stopped around Tang Tian. Set up camp and rest? Tang Tian spoke to the three people in front of him. "I've changed my mind. We will move tonight and get rid of them. The Null Division does not have any warships now. If we were to meet them, we will be in deep trouble. We need to get rid of this army. Sima Xiao, you stay behind to guard the fleet." Johnson had also received a huge shock, but his thoughts were much simpler. "Miss, why think so much? Just wait and see. If we are able to witness a legend, it will be an honor." Everyone fell to the ground, and in the next moment, snoring sounds could be heard. Melissa covered her mouth tightly, afraid that she would make a sound, her entire body trembling. So powerful. Melissa and Johnson were overwhelmed with shock. They stared intently at Tang Tian's fists. The captain puffed out his chest. Melissa's beauty had aroused his protective instincts, and he was like a proud bull, thumping his chest. Melissa did not sleep. Her mind was filled with the strange words that her grandfather had said in the day. If it was anyone else who said it, she would definitely scoff at it, but since it came from her grandfather, who was wise and far-sighted, she could not ignore it. There were no commands, only the sound of wind breaking. The 200 men moved as one. Their speed was extremely fast, drawing 200 afterimages in the air. When the light aura on the last man lit up, the God Armor Army in the sky shone like stars. Their imposing and powerful aura seemed to have materialized. Everyone's aura had merged into one, boundless and boundless. It was as though they were ancient beasts that had walked out from the ancient wilderness. The aura that caused people's minds to tremble caused the wind to stop, the moon to lose its color, the sky to crawl beneath their feet, and the stars to become their wings. When he heard Jizai say something about a man with a demonic blade, he quietly dragged Jizai into the crowd. Sima Xiao did not summon Magatama. The proud young lad did not want to rely on Magatama for everything, and did not shrink back from training for the past few days. Why would I become enemies with them? Melissa was shocked by her grandfather's words. She had never thought of becoming enemies with the strange bandits. But after seeing them for the past few days, she understood how terrifying they were. But the meaning behind her grandfather's words shocked her, and after hesitating for a moment, she could not help but ask, "But they have offended the Western traders." Sima Xiao had always thought that his self-control was outstanding, but he never thought that he would still be unknowingly affected by Tang Tian. But very quickly his eyes regained clarity. The God Armor Army was a system, and if he went, it would affect their performance. There were no problems with Tang Tian's arrangements. Everyone's movements were well practiced. No one revealed any expression of helplessness. They were doing things in an orderly manner. Sima Zhao's heart was filled with praise. Under Tang Tian's orders, the God Armor Army rested for the first time in the past few days. Tang Tian's fists were as dazzling as the sun. The aura of a war god once again descended onto the ground. As expected of the king of Ursa Major constellation. Let everyone seize the time to rest. We will make our move when it's dark. On the transport ship, Melissa watched the scene in shock. She mocked herself. I think I am thinking too much. They are just too tired. Chapter 836. The deck quietened down once again. The military transport ship was instantly torn apart like a piece of paper. Before it could even explode, it was engulfed by the flames, transforming into a bright red ball of fire. Dazzling sparks continued to blossom in the air. When Tang Tian and the rest disappeared into the night, the terrifying pressure that enveloped the fleet also disappeared. A scene that caused him to be overwhelmed with shock appeared in front of him. The energy barrier started to have needle-sized holes that continued to grow. He had never seen a poisonous smoke that could corrode an energy barrier before. In the blink of the eye, the densely packed holes filled the energy barrier. Only by rushing out can we have a hope of victory. One of the transport ships exploded, transforming into a gigantic orange fireball. The western region was vast and desolate, and the security was terrible. For the sake of ensuring their own safety, the mining groups would install weapons on the transport ships. Armed mining ships could be seen everywhere in the western region, and a few luxurious armed mining ships were standard warships. I have let you see a joke. Sima Xiao was like a young man next door who felt embarrassed after being praised, and revealed a bashful smile. The God Armor Army's fighting strength has not even recovered by half. They are not worthy of your praise. Chi, chi, chi. Personally witnessing the transport ships exploding in front of him and seeing the soldiers under him turning into ashes, an unprecedented pain filled his body and mind. The energy surrounding the army was extremely lively, forming a unique energy wind that brought them forward quickly. Tang Tian was not anxious at all. He organized everything in an orderly manner, as though he was immersed in another world. Tactic number 43. His gaze was as sharp as a sword as he looked at the boundless night ahead. Suddenly he opened his eyes. Enemy. The rainbow light vortex formed and frantically absorbed the energy around it. Its size rapidly expanded to the size of a millstone. The high-speed flowing energy produced light scars that formed a beautiful halo around the vortex. Such a powerful fighting strength was not even half of the enemy's strength at his peak. Then how powerful would the enemy's complete fighting strength be? Hearing their comrades' screams, the soldiers in the transport ships did not dare to come out and were in a mess, but upon hearing Sydney's shouts, it was as though they had awoken from a dream. Ice blue, blood red, silver lightning. Not good, there's poison. Bang! She had never thought that a single person, an army's aura, could be so strong. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, it's hard to imagine that there's actually such a strong army in the world. Franks was full of admiration. The impact just now had caused this wise old man's mind to temporarily lose balance. There was a trace of fear in his voice. A dazzling light flashed through the green mist. Melissa asked with difficulty. Sydney had thought of countless possibilities, but he had never thought that he would be ambushed by his opponent. To him, the opponent would definitely not dare to directly clash with the Ratchet Army that held the absolute advantage. The Arthur City Massacre. The survivors frantically jumped out of the deck and windows. He said with a smile, "We want to entrust the association to buy some warships for us. As for the price, we can discuss it." Sima Xiao laughed. He did not mind, and the deck immediately quietened down. Sydney's face was ferocious. He was like an enraged bull, his eyes about to pop out. An indifferent and emotionless voice seemed to ring in Sydney's ears. Sydney's expression changed. Suddenly, countless dazzling lights lit up around him. Shrill screams rang out one after another. These soldiers' bodies were covered with tiny holes, and their bodies melted and dissipated in the green mist like sand. The horrifying scene caused Sydney's hands and feet to turn cold. He did not wish to become a fat sheep in the eyes of others. That would be troublesome. He could not see anything around him. Sima Xiao could not help but smile. Us? That is a complicated question. Johnson, who was not far away, looked as though he had seen a ghost, while Melissa's face also changed. Franks immediately replied, "Just to make a living. Just to make a living." Countless of dazzling light spots suddenly lit up, and in the blink of an eye, all of the light spots shot towards them like a rainstorm. The rainstorm spun in the air, transforming into many beautiful vortexes. In the distant sky, over 200 people quietly floated in the air, as though the conflict had nothing to do with them. They were as calm as bystanders. Only at that moment did he see the enemy clearly, and his face froze. The fleet flew steadily, and Sydney was preparing to rest. After thinking for the entire day, he was extremely tired. He viewed the mission with extreme importance, not only because of the death order from the commanding officer, but more importantly, if he could obtain the favor of the Western traders, it would not be difficult for him to rise up. Sydney screamed out in despair. Bang, bang, bang. But those who dared to do warship business in the Western region were all large organizations. How can there be such a powerful army in the world? Sima Zhao's display of fearlessness caused them to feel an indescribable chill. The enemy did not even place the Ratchet army in their eyes. The only thing they could do was to break out of the encirclement. Everyone gradually regained their senses from the shock and fear. Their dazed and sluggish eyes gradually regained their focus, and their faces slowly regained their color. But the fleet maintained their silence, and they could not help but look towards the direction where Tang Tian and the rest disappeared. Rush out. Quickly rush out. Who knew? Sima Zhao stood up and bowed. The green mist made it so that one could not even see their fingers, but the intense sense of danger made him instinctively activate his energy barrier. The sound of footsteps awoke her. She subconsciously raised her head, and unknowingly, Sima Zhao had already stepped onto the deck. Sima Zhao's face revealed a smile that was as warm as the sun, causing her anxiousness to dissipate. Sima Zhao could tell that the other party had left some leeway in his words. But he did not care. The disparity in strength between the two parties was too great, and if he could not control the flow of the conversation, he would not be the Scorpio King. Just at that moment, Sydney suddenly sensed a formless undulation, and his face changed. Without thinking, he shot forward and pounced towards the window. Sima Zhao was surprised. I never thought that your organization would be so powerful. Melissa asked fearfully, Is your army going to attack the Ratchet army? Who exactly are you guys? Not good. Unlike the chaotic southern region, where warships could be bought anywhere, the Honorable Marshall Continent had always controlled the business of warships strictly. Of course, that was in the majority of the Honorable Marshall Continent, but in the Western region, it was a different story. Bang! Before he finished speaking, the light halos dropped down from the sky like meteors, leaving behind a thick and dazzling light tail that whistled into the fleet. In that moment, the God Armor army that moved forward, like specters, suddenly became ferocious beasts that had found their prey. That's right, Sima Zhao admitted. To prevent these organized armies from giving us trouble, it is better to take care of them first. The enemy was strong, which Sydney acknowledged, but the disparity in numbers was too great. With such a disparity in numbers, the enemy's only feasible method was to use the terrain to their advantage and fight in the streets. Sima Zhao laughed, but did not reply, as though he did not hear anything, and continued, I wonder if your organization is familiar with Red Soil City? He had just jumped out of the window and shouted with all his might, wanting to remind everyone. But in the next moment, his voice suddenly stopped, his eyes opened wide, his face filled with fear. Then, can I ask for your organization's help? Sima Zhao's tone was warm, causing people to feel as though they were bathing in the spring wind. Seeing the suspicion in their eyes, Sima Zhao smiled but did not explain. Sydney's face was as white as paper. Without a trace of blood, he was at a loss. He sat down beside Melissa and spoke casually. I am rather simple. I am Sima Zhao. Melissa seemed to have escaped from a nightmare. She gasped for breath, her entire body perspiring profusely. Franks did not know the meaning behind Sima Zhao's words and spoke cautiously. The organization has a shop in Red Soil City. More importantly, the mission could be said to be difficult, but at the same time, it could be said to be easy. But Franks noticed another detail. God Armor Army? I apologize for my ignorance, but I wonder where your army is stationed. Warships? Franks heaved a sigh of relief. That is not a problem. My organization also operates warships. All of you can feel free to choose. We will definitely give you the best price. Compared to controlling energy, controlling the God Armor army was much more difficult, and the majority of his attention was placed on organizing his law threads. Everyone's performance was not good, and could not even be considered to be qualified, and could only barely connect with his God Armor. What tactic is that? Quickly spread out. Franks's heart tensed up. Of course, as long as my organization can do it, we will definitely not decline. The dazzling flames, under the contrast of the green mist, looked as though it came from hell. Sidney's eyes immediately turned red. He screamed with all his might. He did not know what the poison mist was, but he knew that if they continued to stay in the green mist, they would definitely die. Only by rushing out would they have a chance of survival. Footsteps came out again, and the old man's voice came out from behind. Macefield Trading's Elder Franks sends his regards to Sire. If they were in an open area, the enemy would most likely not even be able to withstand one round of attacks. Close to a quarter of the transport ships transformed into fireballs and fell to the ground. And similarly, a quarter of the transport ships suffered from severe injuries. The hull of the ships were badly damaged. The large and terrifying scars on them were extremely shocking. The thick and black smoke surged out, and in less than 3 minutes the battle was extremely intense. Another transport ship exploded. The difficult part was to find the enemy's location. They only had 200 men, and if they were to hide anywhere, it would be extremely difficult to find them. And as long as they found the enemy, the mission would be half done. Sigh! The sound of cold air coming out. The two of them were in disbelief. The strength that the God Armor army had displayed had already exceeded the limits of their imagination, and if it was only half, then their full strength should have already exceeded the limits of humans. Breaking out like crazy, all of the transport ships frantically broke out. For the sake of scattering the enemy's attacks, they broke out in different directions. Regiment after regiment of flames blossomed in their vision from time to time. The figures that were engulfed by the flames caused every single soldier of the Ratchet army to feel fear. The night wind whistled past his ears. Tang Tian, who was advancing forward, quickly closed his eyes, his state of mind like an ancient well without any ripples. The dense and abundant energy made Tang Tian feel a sense of familiarity. His familiarity with energy allowed him to not be disturbed by it. He could effortlessly control the energy. Using laws to control the energy, he could use them as though they were his arms, following his heart. Chapter 837. Sidney heaved a sigh of relief. It was the first time he was able to defend against the enemy's attack. What made him even more excited was that it proved his conjecture. The enemy's strange tactics were more agile, but at the same time they were more scattered. Once he gathered his troops, it would be the enemy's time to lose, and he was extremely confident. He had never seen such a strange method of attack before. The soldier slowly fell, and a black figure suddenly shot out from behind the fallen soldier. A bewitching red blade aura suddenly slashed out from an inconceivable angle. Sidney did not know that he was being targeted. The situation was extremely chaotic. Previously, when the transport ships broke out of the poison mist, they were moving in different directions, causing the distance between them to be extremely wide. The transport ships were like headless flies and were in a mess. The soldiers beside him cheered. Their morale was greatly boosted. Sidney's smile froze on his face. His body froze in place. This is... Sidney said anxiously. Chi, chi, chi. The thin blood webs were like sharp blades, and a few soldiers were instantly dismembered, causing blood to rain down. Defend! Hold your ground! Sidney took the chance to shout. Everyone gather towards me! Suddenly, a dazzling light aura pierced into his vision without any warning. A cold light flashed past his cold eyes. As expected of the honorable Marshall Continent, any random army's military general is not ordinary. Sydney's 2 consecutive roars immediately attracted Tang Tian's attention. The enemy was extremely brave and powerful, but they had a fatal weakness, which was that they were too few in numbers. With this number of people, they were unable to stop the other soldiers from returning. As long as he held onto the formation, every additional soldier would bring him closer to victory. A wind-blade pontoon bridge appeared beneath Ji Zhe's feet, and the 20 over members who were proficient in wind laws made their moves at the same time. Ji Zhe held onto the bewitching blade. His figure became like a ghost. Stepping on the wind-blade pontoon bridge, he instantly disappeared. Tang Tian remained expressionless. Sydney calmed down. The transport ships were too big and had poor mobility and were easily hit. And upon being hit, with its weak defense, it would be smashed into pieces. The enemy's sneak attack was undoubtedly a success, but it was not like they had no chance of winning. Even with such heavy losses, they still held the advantage in numbers. Roars continued to sound out as the soldiers around him rushed towards the blood webs. As expected, upon seeing that their general had stabilized his position, the Ratchet army soldiers who were on the verge of collapse all had their morale boosted and rushed towards Sydney. Clang! The energy barrier shook, but it quickly stabilized. Ji Zhe was thoroughly enraged. His continuous attacks were unable to break this tortoiseshell. His chest felt like it was suffocating. He had always been prideful and arrogant, other than losing to Tang Tian. When had he ever lost to anyone else? Of entering the sacred of Saint Galaxy, of my of this, of. No, he was ambushed. As long as he stabilized his footing, he would definitely be able to turn the tables. Sydney calmed himself down. He still had the advantage in numbers. As long as he did not panic, he would definitely win. One after another, black veined patterns appeared on Tang Tian's fist aura, as though they were spatial cracks that led to an unpredictable void. When he exhaled, it sounded like the roar of a giant beast. The muffled sound contained the sound of thunder. The youth's face was as cold as stone, and his eyes were as indifferent as a lake. The flying debris and chaotic air currents did not cause any ripples. The chaotic battlefield did not affect him at all. The young man in the awakened state seemed to have removed his emotions, but he was able to bring his fighting instincts to the extreme. Ji Zhe! The concentrated sounds of collisions made one's teeth ache. His berserk nature erupted. He attacked crazily. His speed was extremely fast. The blood-colored blade auras that filled the sky pounced onto the energy barrier like rain. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It was like the hissing of 10,000 snakes. It was the sound produced by the high-speed flow of energy. Tang Tian's fist was like a bottomless pit, crazily absorbing the surrounding energy. The more energy it absorbed, the dimmer its glow became, and the more terrifying the fluctuations it emitted became. The soldiers around him seemed to have woken up from a dream, and all jumped down from the ship and gathered around Sydney. Some of the quick-witted soldiers followed and shouted, "Disembark! Everyone disembark! Gather around, sir! Everyone gather around the Lord!" As long as they were in formation, they would have the chance to win. But in that moment, Sydney had already hidden into the crowd, and even more soldiers rushed forward to protect their commander. Regiment after regiment of flames blossomed in the night sky, reflecting onto Tang Tian's face, flickering. Sydney's face changed, his eyes revealing disbelief. How can a single person achieve such a density of attacks? A bewitching red blade, aura, slashed onto the energy barrier. But the entire battlefield's gaze was attracted to the fist that was enveloped by the sun. The most important thing now was to get the soldiers to gather around him. Sydney was extremely confident. After suffering such a ferocious sneak attack, it was not strange for the army to be in chaos. But as long as he stood his ground, he was still alive, and the army would not be defeated. Crack! If he did not witness it personally, he would definitely scoff at such a tactic and could list out a bunch of failures. Without the strengthening of synchronization, the power of the attacks would be greatly reduced, and attacks could only be coordinated but not fused, etc. But when he saw Ji-Zhe gasping for breath as though he had just been fished out of water, staring at him fiercely, Sydney laughed. The thick energy barrier was like a crispy biscuit, his wrist piercing through. The scene in front of him seemed to have frozen. On the surface of the gigantic light barrier, a ferocious and imposing figure that resembled a demon god waved his fist. Hearing Tang Tian's bellow, Ji-Zhe did not hesitate and rushed out like an arrow. Ji-Ze's face was extremely ugly. The attack that he was confident in actually failed, causing him to lose face. He snorted, his figure flashed like a ghost, and appeared at the other side. The blood-red blade aura lit up, and a few heads flew into the sky. The fist aura that was as bright as the sun dimmed down at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just at that moment, the soldiers blocking in front of him suddenly froze. A black net-covered golden crow, scorching sun, fell to the ground. I was actually beaten to such a sorry state by such a tactic. Even if you are strong, but with such an intense attack, you definitely cannot last for long. The crowd that was originally like a tidal wave suddenly stopped. Everyone looked in Sydney's direction in shock. His body that was like a bow seemed to have been injected with a surging, berserk power, and his fist suddenly disappeared. But the army in front of him had completely toppled his understanding. But for the enemy's general to be so calm, it surprised him. After a full half-minute of attack, it was like a torrential storm. A figure that resembled an ancient demon god had unknowingly appeared outside the energy barrier. The golden armor wrapped him tightly, only revealing a pair of eyes that resembled 10,000-year-old ice plains, so cold that there was not a trace of warmth in them. Two soldiers' eyes immediately turned red. They roared and pounced forward, using their bodies to collide with the blade aura. The young man that resembled an armored demon god twisted his waist and raised his arms. Sydney bit his lips tightly. From time to time, there would be explosions in the crowd. The high temperature and flames were like terrifying monsters, continuously devouring the soldiers. The ice-cold and sharp ice blades silently stole lives from the darkness. The thick and powerful lightning snakes snaked around. Everywhere they passed, it was a path of death. Sydney was not a useless person. He immediately reacted and used all of his strength to shout, "Disembark! Everyone disembark! Get closer to me!" Sydney's body trembled slightly. Every blade aura would cause the energy array to tremble, and a wave of power would be transmitted to his body. Although after being split, the power was not as strong, but it was still too concentrated. He had already discovered a few different attributed energy attacks, which also meant that the mysterious army's attacks were being released by the soldiers. That's right. The young man's body was like a drawn bow, brimming with an unparalleled beauty and explosive power. An unprecedented sense of danger enveloped Sydney, and he almost blurted out, "Assassin!" The Sacred Saint Galaxy's army emphasized on synchronization. The greatest use of the soldiers was to provide energy and synchronize with their comrades, and how to launch attacks, what kind of attacks to launch, were all decided by the military leader. In other words, it was to gather all of the soldiers' energy into the military leader and create an even stronger individual. The bewitching blade sliced through the bodies of the two soldiers like tofu. Time seemed to slow down. His movements seemed to be in slow motion. It was extremely clear. Following his movements, the energy in the air suddenly awoke and frantically surged towards Tang Tian's fist. Clang, clang, clang. The entire battlefield was under his control. Following that, an indescribable, terrifying aura enveloped the entire battlefield, as though a fierce beast that had been slumbering for 10,000 years had awoken from its slumber and opened its eyes. Even the energy in the air seemed to be shocked and suddenly stopped moving. The bewitching blade seemed to have absorbed even more blood. The red light became even more intense. The bewitching aura became even more intense, releasing buzzing sounds. The dark red blade suddenly softened, transforming into a boneless blood snake that pierced through the soldier's body, transforming into a blood net that enveloped Sydney, especially when he noticed that the soldiers that were closing in on him like a tide, the nearest soldier was not even 10 m away from him, causing the smile on his face to become even wider. That's right, I've never seen them before. Ji Zhe's attack missed, but he was not surprised. Ji Zhe's recovery was not as good as Fu Zhengji's, and that was related to laws. Ji Zhe trained in blood laws, and with the dense energy of the sacred Saint Galaxy, it made it difficult for him to affect the blood in the enemy's body. As for Fu Zhengji's chief green swords, they walked the path of poison and space, and were much less affected. The Ratchet Army's training was finally displayed, the soldiers' bodies all lit up with light auras, and the surging energy surged within the formation. Sydney took a deep breath, and a gigantic energy barrier enveloped them. The soldiers found their backbone and calmed down, and started to move closer. Chapter 838. They found it hard to believe the Ratchet Army was not some cannon fodder army. How could they be defeated so quickly? That was an army of 5,000 men. How can 200 men fight against 5,000? We won. Looking into the distance, when the light aura dimmed and disappeared, and the night returned, Sima Xiao said indifferently. Whether he was deliberately mystifying, or was he truly capable, it could be seen from the respectful look on his grandfather Frank's face. He spoke in a lazy tone, but was always able to hit the nail on the head, and hit the crux of the problem. Just a few casual sentences would cause everyone's eyes to light up, and after thinking about it, they would feel that it had a deeper meaning, and that it could be done. Plop sounds came out. He always unknowingly becomes the leader of the conversation. Everyone felt their vision darken. The boat beneath their feet started to sway, and they were unable to stand. Countless dazzling flames and lightning flashed outside the energy barrier, causing them to feel as though they were in the eye of a storm, causing the energy barrier to tremble. Bang! That's right, it was the Honorable Marshall Continent's top 5 armies, the 5 Honorable Marshall Tigers. The bodyguards sat on the deck, their pale white faces covered in perspiration. Their dazed eyes were unfocused. They gasped for breath with all their might, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Energy storm. Sima Xiao chuckled. He stretched his back and said lazily, "What benefits do I get?" "Not more than 5. Franks thought quietly in the night. He was not surprised at all. If they were to trust anyone they met on the road, they would have long been swallowed whole. But he did not have the intention to give it away for free. How could the idea of the Scorpio King be so easily obtained? Energy storm. It is an energy storm, the legendary energy storm. Compared to it, Macefield Trading's predicament was nothing. As long as they could grab onto this thread of hope, Macefield Trading's predicament would instantly disappear, and they would only have a brighter future. Before coming to the sacred Saint Galaxy, Sima Xiao had always placed himself on the same level as Tang Tian. He had the capital and confidence to do so. Scorpio Constellation was one of the 12 ecliptic palaces, and was stronger than Ursa Major Constellation. In terms of strength, how could Sima Xiao, who had the Magatama, be afraid of Tang Tian? The air distorted. The countless of energy currents in the Qi wave were like a school of fish chasing after the waves, causing the Qi wave to become even more powerful. Wherever it passed, the grass turned to dust, and sand and stones flew everywhere. Its power was extremely astonishing. The grass was completely sent flying, and the ground was plowed with deep radial marks. Even if it was a hard rock, sparks would fly in all directions after being struck by the shrapnel. But once it was touched by the energy flow, it would instantly shatter. After the confusion, it was shock, fear, and reverence. Johnson's expression suddenly changed, and anxiously said, "Get on the boat! All aboard! Raise the barrier! Quick!" Her gaze involuntarily shifted to Sima Zhao's face. She felt that the young man in front of her was not much older than her. How could he be so powerful? Her grandfather was the person she trusted the most. If it wasn't for her grandfather, who could barely stabilize the situation, the Chamber of Commerce would have collapsed long ago. Unknowingly, this fellow had left them further and further behind. It was a terrible feeling. The arrogance he had a moment ago disappeared without a trace. The chestnut-haired youth's heart was filled with bitterness. Time slowly passed. The night sky became darker, and Melissa stood on the deck, feeling slightly cold. The sturdy hull of the ship let out a teeth-numbing sound, and an unprecedented fear enveloped everyone. On the distant horizon, a transparent white line rapidly enlarged in their field of vision. The whistling sound in the air became even more terrifying, and from the previous sharp and shrill sound, it became a low rumble. Many of the shopkeepers left the Chamber of Commerce to find another way out, causing the Chamber of Commerce to become weaker. As expected of a godlike young lad, the might of this attack is much stronger than before. Mace Field Tradings was not doing well, and was getting worse by the day. Although everyone was working hard, but the results were minimal, the old carriage slowly but steadily slid into the abyss. In the past 10 years, the profits of the Chamber of Commerce had been decreasing every year, and last year the Chamber of Commerce had suffered losses for the first time. Sima Xiao could hear the cautiousness in the other party's voice and laughed it off. Melissa thought that she had heard wrongly, and immediately revealed a look of anger. This man is truly too rude. Maybe he needs a proof of allegiance. A 200-man army was actually not inferior to the 5 honorable martial tigers. With such a comparison, regardless of whether it was the experienced and far-sighted Franks, the experienced Johnson, or the quick-witted Melissa, all of them were at a loss. Just a simple storm would definitely not have such a terrifying might. Only an extremely intense energy undulation would be able to cause such an energy storm, and even the energy in the air would be stirred and resonated. Even Johnson himself was at a loss. They did not underestimate the strength of the bandits, but the energy storm had completely changed their view of the army. Suddenly, a dazzling light aura lit up in front of them, causing the pitch-black sky to become as bright as day. It was as though in the next moment the sun was about to leap out from the horizon. Their poor imaginations were unable to imagine such a scene. One after another, white light regiments flew out from the transport ships into the sky. The white light regiments continued to rise, and the brightness continued to rise. The blazing white light illuminated the surroundings. Everyone did not understand what was happening, but they still returned to the ships, and all of the transport ships activated their energy barriers. Everyone finally saw the scene in front of them clearly, and all of their faces changed. Do you have any suggestions for the future of our Chamber of Commerce? Franks could not help but ask. He had a pleading look on his face. Sima Zhao's leisurely look always made people have the urge to go up and punch him. Melissa was not a rich young miss who had not seen the world, although she was young and immature in many aspects, but she worked hard to participate in the management of the organization. Compared to people of the same age, she had much more experience, allowing her to have a good judgment, and was able to roughly differentiate the other party's standard. Franks was startled. It was the first time he had met such a direct person. But he was after all immersed in the business world for many years, and his shrewdness and breadth of mind were not comparable to ordinary people. He spoke cautiously. "What do you need? Please state your price." But from the Sin Domain to the sacred Saint Galaxy, the difference in strength between the two of them had slowly widened. Even after returning to the sacred Saint Galaxy, Megatama's strength had not only recovered completely, but was even stronger than before. But Tang Tian's improvement was even greater. After a while, everyone could clearly see it. Johnson was slightly better. He did not sit down, but held onto the railing tightly, his face as white as paper. Franks was extremely excited. He knew that no matter what, he could not miss the opportunity. The situation of Mace Field Tradings could not be dragged on any longer. If there was no change, it would only walk step by step towards decline and destruction. He casually chatted with Franks, and it could be seen that the young man called Sima Xiao was extremely relaxed and fearless. After listening for a while, the unhappiness on Melissa's face disappeared, and what replaced it was respect. It was as though it was the end of the world. In the legends, Only the top-grade armies could unleash destructive attacks, and only then would they be able to form an energy storm. The sharp and strange whistles pierced through their eardrums. The scene in front of them was stifling, causing Melissa's mind to go blank. As long as it existed, its might was enough to intimidate the world. Maybe just relying on this army, they might not be able to seize the world. But to protect a trading organization, or even more, it was more than enough. Furthermore, there was hope. Just at that moment, suddenly a soul-shaking, strange, whistling sound came out into everyone's ears. The whistling sound went from low to high, as though it was coming from afar. Everyone opened their eyes wide, trying their best to see what it was. But it was pitch black in front of them, and they could not see anything. Sima Zhao's expression congealed. Even though they were so far away, he could still sense the intense energy undulation. It was easy to imagine how earth-shattering the attack was. Magatama automatically appeared because she sensed the undulation. Regardless of which side the army belongs to, whether or not it is the honorable Marshall continent, it doesn't matter. Everyone slowly regained their senses. That's right, they were at a loss. It was a gigantic wave of air that was over 20 kilometers long. It stuck close to the ground and flew towards them at an astonishing speed. Melissa's face was pale white without a trace of blood. She suddenly understood that it was the energy storm that was produced by the dazzling light. Frank's and Melissa's bodies froze. Their faces were overwhelmed with shock that, we won just like that. Strength was the foundation of everything. It was a world where the strong ruled, and Sima Zhao was extremely clear on that point. Unknowingly, Magatama had appeared behind him, her beautiful eyes filled with splendor. Melissa was startled. Her face was filled with shock. She never thought that her grandfather would actually ask Sima Zhao about such a huge problem. What a powerful undulation! Flames, lightning, ice and frost could be faintly discernible in the wave of air. It was the dazzling light auras produced by the collision of different attributed energies. Everyone had the fear of surviving the calamity as well as being at a loss. After an unknown period of time, maybe it was a few seconds, maybe it was a few minutes, but the trembling explosions and heart-palpitating screams gradually faded away, and the boat that was swaying in the wind and rain also gradually calmed down. After a full 2 minutes, Johnson slowly released his palm, which was hanging down trembling slightly. He looked around in a daze. The entire fleet was forcefully pushed out over a few hundred meters. They looked to be in a mess. All of them had different degrees of injuries, but luckily none of them were severely injured. The only thing he was worried about was how to gain the other party's trust. Even the smiling Sima Zhao was definitely not someone who could be coaxed easily if there were no tangible benefits. He would definitely not be able to move the other party. Johnson's face was filled with anxiety as he bellowed, "Honorable Marshal Bullet!" Sima Zhao stood up and looked into the distance. In the entire Honorable Marshal continent, how many armies have the ability to create an energy storm? In the Sacred Saint Galaxy where armies ruled, in the world where the strong ruled, in the world where the strong ruled, in the world where the strong ruled, what better opportunity could there be? They actually saw it with their own eyes. They did not even have the time to think. The explosion that caused them to tremble instantly appeared in front of the fleet. The ground was in a mess, one after another. Deep scars extended into the distance. Chapter 839. Tang Tian was curious about Sima Zhao's expression and said, "Of course, we can't let them run, so we can only kill them all." Oh my, this godlike young lad is so strong. It was completely different from when they left silently. Tang Tian revealed a fierce expression and slashed out with both of his palms. After a few more battles, the God Armor Army's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Frank swallowed his saliva with difficulty. All of his plans were all scared away. Where did these fellows come from? They speak as though they have no choice but to kill them. Sima Zhao asked casually, "Kill them all?" An indescribable fear and cold intent surged from the bottom of his feet. It was as though he had seen 5 terrifying monsters sweeping through the honorable Marshall continent, one after another fist auras that resembled the sun. brought along a destructive aura that rained down, and armies after armies wailed under their blades. The defeated soldiers were like headless flies. Wanting to stop them from escaping caused Fu Jingji and the rest to have a headache. Thus, a cruel hunt began. Understood. Franks nodded his head. The warship that suits Master's configuration, I recommend the White Wind warship. Out of all the warships that my guild manages, the White Wind warship is an extremely outstanding silver-grade warship. It is fast, has strong attacks, and the standard number of people fighting is 200, which suits Master. Ji Zhe was extremely dissatisfied with his performance previously, but after the hunt his performance was as though he was a completely different person. He gradually found a few tricks, and his strength increased explosively, until the end, the bewitching blade in his hand was like a death god. Wherever it went, life would end. Tang Tian knew that the bigger the warship, the easier it was for Nietio to command. The Null Division had powerful bodies, outstanding discipline, and unparalleled tacit understanding. They were naturally suited for warships. If there was a warship that could completely accommodate the Null Division, with Nietio in command, then the warship would be a true moving stronghold. To them, it was undoubtedly a brand new exploration. But regardless of what kind of exploration it was inseparable from the tempering of actual battles. Tang Tian was also extremely tired. After removing the god armor, he sat on the ground. His face was pale white, and the strange thing was that perspiration could be seen with the naked eye. His face, hands, and body could not stop. In the blink of an eye, he was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water. The eyes of the crew members were filled with awe. Tang Tian desperately gasped for air. His brain was a little muddled, and his body was on the verge of collapse. When the god armor army returned, they did not hide their tracks at all. In the vast wilderness, the 200 men of the god armor army moved at full speed. Cutting through the wind and breaking the waves, they passed through the thick sea of clouds, bringing along a sky full of rumbling sounds and the faint light of dawn. From the horizon, they entered everyone's vision. From the initial confusion, Ji Zhe and the others began to understand how to cooperate. The surroundings quietened down. Fine bandits it was. Francois gritted his teeth and asked carefully, "May I ask what kind of warship sir needs?" "It's all broken." Tang Tian felt his heart ache. The price of a standard military transport ship was quite high, and buying a warship in Red Soil City would also require a lot of money. The god armor army with only 200 men revealed a tyrannical aura that looked down on the world. They were all killed. Franks and Melissa, who were behind Sima Xiao, felt as though they were struck by lightning and were dumbstruck. An army of 5,000 men was completely wiped out by 200 men. This. Franks, who regained his senses, suddenly spoke out. "It's not like we don't have a 5,000-man warship." "Big warship." Franks was startled. He tactfully advised, "Master, as long as the number of people is less than the minimum requirement, the warship will not be able to fight." Tang Tian's shocking god fist had completely erased Sydney, causing the Ratchet army to crumble. But Tang Tian's plan was not to defeat the enemy, but to destroy them. He did not want the Null Division to obtain the warships and cause the honorable Martial Continent's attention to them. It was not only him. The others also reaped the same benefits. The possibility of death at any time in a real battle brought about a completely different experience and effect from training. Charging, driving, hunting. This set of tactics immediately turned them into seasoned hunters. After that, when they understood how to use the traps laid down by laws to conceal their killing intent, their hunting efficiency increased greatly. Franks then understood. Then how big of a warship does Master need? A 5,000-man warship. After a moment, he regained his senses, although his body was still exhausted, but his mind was extremely excited. The closer they got, the more intense the pressure became. Even Tang Tian himself was shocked by the might of the fist. Of course, it was only for a second before he became complacent. God Fist, S-Might was unparalleled. It was so powerful that it was a complete mess. Then to be able to create God Fist, how powerful must the person be? Everyone on the ship felt their vision darken. It was the God Armor Army that had suddenly stopped above the fleet. In that moment, the entire fleet was suffocated. It was just 200 figures, but they actually had the feeling of covering the entire sky, as though a gigantic dragon that had walked out from the ancient times had spread its wings, casting a shadow that enveloped the entire fleet. "You really killed them all?" He could not help but ask. It was a pity that Chia did not see it. Their bodies were exhausted, but their minds were extremely excited. It was their first battle after entering the sacred Saint Galaxy. Winning the first battle was a huge boost to their morale. More importantly, many of them had reaped great benefits from the battle. Even the reason is so natural. The fist that he unleashed was definitely the strongest attack he had ever unleashed in his life. Oh my God, is the end of the world coming? That can't be helped. Let's not pursue defense for now. Tang Tian knew that to achieve that, the defense had to be low, so he added, but it cannot be too weak. The bigger the better. It would be best if it can hold 5,000 people. Tang Tian gestured. 5,000 people is probably not enough. Even if I wanted to buy it, it seems like I can only consider a 1,000 people standard for now. If not, then 800 is also the standard, since it's just for practice. The young man, who was immersed in his sorrow, did not notice the other people coming over. But Tang Tian also knew that a warship that could hold 5,000 people was already the largest scale warship. To any powerhouse, it was a strategic grade warship that could not be bought with money. For example, Jizai. What about the transport ships? Sima Xiao asked. Tang Tian did not make a move, and to the members of the God Armor Army, it was the best opportunity. Amongst them, the majority of them had not even recovered half of their strength, and many of them were like Jizai. Their laws were weakened in the sacred Saint Galaxy, and they needed to find a new, suitable fighting method. Hearing that, Tang Tian immediately cut him off. A small warship that can hold 200 people? What I want is a big warship. Franks's mouth was wide open as he stared at Tang Tian in a daze. The sneak attack previously caused the Ratchet Army to lose more than half. But even after Sydney was killed, the number of defeated soldiers still exceeded 2,000. And they only had 200 people, which meant that every one of them had to kill 10 people. The difficulty of fighting was not high, but the difficulty was preventing the enemies from escaping. Tang Tian was considered to have a better understanding of warships. He thought for a moment, then said, "Silver grade, the warship weapons that they are equipped with are mainly blade-type weapons. They have to be fast and agile and have outstanding endurance in fighting." The process of hunting and killing was a difficult and bitter battle, and the disadvantage in numbers was displayed in such a battle. But they did not disregard Tang Tian's orders. The God Armor Army landed. All of the soldiers had expressions of exhaustion, but their entire bodies were covered in blood, and killing intent lingered around them. It could be seen that the bitter battle was not easy at all. Tang Tian was unable to help them explore. The rumbling sounds were like thunder, following the surging airflow and rumbling into the distance. Sima Zhao's footsteps slowed down. His mood was terrible. He knew that with his own strength, even if he brought his most elite 200 men, regardless of what method he used, he would definitely not be able to wipe out the entire army. Tang Tian's nagging caused Franks to regain his senses. Sima Xiao, who was suffering from internal injuries, frowned like a ball of yarn. The young man looked at the sky speechlessly, sighing at the cruelty and mercilessness of life. Chia was not around, and Bai Shuai was not around. He could not accept the fact that the bandits had taken the initiative to find the Ratchet Army. Since when did bandits become so ferocious? When Sima Xiao said that they had one, the energy storm that followed made him completely understand how powerful the bandits were. But no matter how powerful they were only 200 men. How could 200 men wipe out 5,000 men? But silver-grade warships with 1,000 men were still rather common, and that meant that the Null Division needed 5 warships. But even so, the battle lasted for 2 whole hours, and every one of them was exhausted. His heart trembled, Could it be that the bandits have other comrades? He realized that he had underestimated the strength of the bandits. That's right. How can such strong bandits exist alone? 200 against 5,000, is that a joke? That must be a joke, Tang Tian muttered. Without money to buy warships, seems like we can only snatch them. The Honorable Marshal Continent was attracted to the desolate city, but that was a later plan. Could it be that they have 5,000 comrades? Franks trembled. From last night until now, it was the first sentence that he had heard from Tang Tian that matched his identity as a bandit. Blood flowed like a river, and wails filled the land. My actions are so childish. I'm about to cry because of my own handsomeness. What do I do? Franks, who had a stomach full of ideas for half a day, suddenly felt his mind go blank. He opened his mouth wide, his face filled with shock. Franks nodded his head. If that's the case, it will be hard to achieve a high defense. Tang Tian seemed to have awoken from his dream and nodded his head instinctively. Yes, we killed them all. The 200 bandits in front of me wiped out the Ratchet army, but 5,000 bandits. Hearing that, Sima Shao understood and laughed out loud. The warships are not for us to use. That's right, it is not easy. The high speed breaking through the air caused the ground to tremble, as though it was welcoming the triumphant return of a hero. What an unpleasant tone!